you. My other role is going to be Zoom host today, so I'll be in the background for that as well. So help yourself to the beverages and food that we have been able to provide here today. We also have provided lunch for you all today at the restaurant, so please join us for that. And hopefully you all received an agenda, and if didn't, please pick one up. At the bottom of that is a QR code that will lead you to our evaluation for today. So please do tell us how you felt the meeting went, and any suggestions for improvements, anything that you liked. Look forward to hearing your feedback. So at this time, I'd like to introduce Bob Luger, who is our Assistant Commissioner for the Office of Program Support. And he recently moved into this role from the Deputy Assistant Commissioner in our office. And so we welcome him today. Thank you.
Come up here earlier, so I can make sure I can do this. Welcome, everybody. Welcome to this conference. It's great. Excellent turnout. So good to see. So many faces and have face-to-face contact pandemic. So, it's always nice to actually collaborate, socialize, see other people. Glad to see you all here today. Also welcome ESP members and everyone joining us virtually. IDEM is very fortunate to have a variety of partnerships with our permit holders and many organizations and our stakeholders in general. One of the most valuable partnerships is with our ESP members. ESP members have made a commitment to sustainability, reducing carbon footprints, saving energy, recycling, reusing products, and moving to zero landfill status. These are all commendable. ESP members have made a commitment to continuous environmental compliance and be good neighbors to stakeholders who live around the facilities, which is really appreciated. When I make speeches to various organizations, things like they're making a lot of them lately on PFAS and other things, but I always give an update, an agency update as part of my speech. And probably the most significant part of my speech is always talking about ESP. And, when you really look at all the things you do and the commitment that you make without, having to be coerced, and you have folks out there that they don't know how to do things and they're forced to do things. But it's always great to see our ESP members just do things for the right reasons all the time. I know IDEM is a regulator, really appreciates that, and appreciates all that you do just to make sure that you operate your businesses, hopefully make a profit and everything else. But, on the same token, you all have this commitment to the environment and doing things that impressive and positive. So we really appreciate that. Welcome 5 new ESP members, Marathon Pipeline LLC, Griffith Marathon Pipeline, Airline Commons Technical Center, Cumberland International, which has a 5 locations. Really Arden signed up. So welcome to the group because of sort of some big thinkers. Give you a lot of good advice. I'm glad to have you. I don't continues to form new environmental partnerships. And I'm glad I asked Dean for the commissioner's PowerPoint because that probably would talk about a lot he's going to talk about. So we'll let Commissioner Brian Robinson tell you about those new partnerships. It's really very exciting. Some really cool things that are happening right now. PFAS collection and disposal, or firefighting agencies is being one of these in partnership with partner companies, the fire marshal, Indiana Finance Authority, of course, all of our firefighters across the state. So we're very proud of that. I won't go into details about it. Steal Brian's thunder, but also very visible projects that we're doing, cycling, children about. I think probably, the one thing that I would say is that, we have our CTAP group, which you all are aware of. And that's really kind of I think the main way that we provide really useful service to our stakeholders. So, we're always trying to get the word out about CTAP, what they're doing, how they can help. And so they probably don't have to spend as much time helping folks such as yourself. But, just as you're out there talking to, your suppliers, folks you work with, we appreciate it if you would help us spread the word. CTAP, we really don't want to be these best kept secrets. It's really there to help people and help people be in compliance, figure out complex stuff like air calcs and other things. Just anything you can do to help us with motion, with CTAP, we appreciate it because of this thing. It's so valuable across the board to our customers. As you know, they provide free technical confidential advice to customers. They do site visits. They like to come out and see sites and look at stuff. Maybe not just look at one thing on there, kind of look at things multimedia. So if you could just kind of, as you're talking to your folks, we sure appreciate your help with that. A new customer portal, CTAP portal, was launched in September 21 of 2020. So pretty busy during the pandemic. Really trying to allow us to have out. It's did a great job working with our IT department. It's one of our in-house projects. So it's all very cool. So CTAP continues to do E101 modules, which I'm sure you're aware of. It's another thing you can help us with and get more out. So we have a couple coming up. There's one on August 24th. How to calculate the potential for that, which actually be very beneficial to that struggle with those calculations. And then on September 29th, we have how to make hazardous waste determination. So anyway, coming up is the B2 conference on September 21st. Most ESP members, also B2 members will be in tonight over there. And glad to always promote B2. You guys do that anyway. So just join us for the conference and all our friends who come to it. Please for credits and everything else we have to offer, and our governor's awards and all that stuff. Last, I'd like to, real quickly, effects are. Amazing job for us. Making sure all these arrangements are taken care of, everything's organized, everybody gets, all paperwork and everything, down on time. Very fortunate to have Gene. Remarkable job for us. Thanks. And also Dr. Collins, who also works very hard for not only this one, but P2 and, CTAP. So she's always very busy and diligent trying to just juggling a lot of balls that are really important. So we appreciate that very much too. So hope you have a great day. We discussed a lot on environmental progress and making environmental progress. And hope you have fun. Thanks for participating.
Noise. Hi, how are y'all doing today? Hi, welcome to the ESP Annual Meeting. I'm going to go over the ESP updates. First of all, I'd like to introduce myself. My name is Jean Fix, and I am the IDEM Program Manager for the ESP and Partners for Pollution Prevention Program. Of course, I'm joined with Jennifer Collins. She is our IDEM Manager for the Pollution Prevention and Compliance Assistance Section. We both work out of the Office of Program Support. We currently have 51 members in the ESP program. Bob mentioned the members that had come in by the end of 2021. We currently do not have any new members this year, 2022, that is so far. So if you know of any companies that have EMS and might be interested in joining the ESP program, please get them in contact with me so that I can go over the program and help them out to apply. I have yet to get the results, the achievement results for the 2021 annual performance reports that you all had submitted by April 1st by this year of 2022. That's for the calendar reporting year of 2021. So, but I just thought maybe I would put up a few of the highlights from the 2020 ESP member achievements, reductions in water, electricity, natural gas, and increases in recycling in their comparisons. Nice job, really good job. So as I was reviewing the 2021 APRs, I noticed some comparisons between the different APRs. I noticed a lot of folks increase, like back to normal on those production levels, which is really fantastic. We're all getting back to work producing stuff. That's fantastic. But at the same time, there were increases in both usage and waste that correspond to those increases in production. But when we look at the measures that were installed in order to reduce those indicators, we're getting some mixed messages here. We're not really sometimes showing that there actually was some success in our reduction efforts. So the 2021 APRs have kind of mixed results then between production and pollution prevention measures, and that was even after we normalized the data. So I just want to real quick do a refresh on normalizing data. It is the process of calculating reduction data that demonstrates that the reduction was not just due to the production volume changes and was a result of the environmental impact of the project. So it actually separates your production quantities from the environmental efficiencies installed. In order to find your normalized data of quantity, you would first want to get your normalizing or normalization factor. And the calculation for that is to take the current year production quantity, which is either production units, production pounds, labor hours, some other, and divide that by your base year production quantity, and that will give you your normalization factor. If that normalization factor is greater than 1, it shows increases in production over the reporting calendar year. If it's less than 1, then it's a decrease in production over that calendar year. Now, again, you could choose any of those units, but if you choose other, please provide a description of what that is so that you can see how you are normalized, what you're comparing your category indicator to when you're normalizing your data. So to get that normalized quantity, then we would take a project unit quantity for the current year. That's going to be like your water usage listed for the current year, minus the project unit quantity for the base year. And then you'll multiply that times your normalization factor, and that will give you your normalized quantity relevant to production levels. If that unit quantity increased over the reporting period, then the normalized number will be positive, and it will show an increase in your normalized measured quantity. So let's take an example of what I was seeing in our APIs this last, relevant to the increased production as well as increased consumption, increased usage of waste. So in this example, we're looking at our section E, and this section E is where we could be reporting the current calendar year reporting period. So in this case, we're reporting calendar year 2021, January through December. Or in the case of the baseline year 2020, it's actually what was listed at December 31st, end of day on this 2020, which would be the same as the beginning of January 1st, 2021, right? So in our example, we're using the category of water, and our indicator is the total water used in gallons. Now, these folks went ahead and installed 2 water recycling measures. One was a wastewater stream ultra reverse osmosis filter to clean and send wastewater back to the processes, and then also a recycling cascade system for their East Plant production area. Now, you would think that installing these water recycling measures that we would see a decrease in water usage over the year based upon those pollution reduction measures. Well, let's take a look. If we look at our actual quantity change, we're going to take our project unit quantity for the base year of 258 plus million gallons of water minus our production unit quantity for the current year of 319 million gallons. And we come up with a negative 60 million gallons of water usage change. So we use 60 million gallons more water over the 2021 reporting period. It's negative, obviously, because our current is greater than our baseline. So that is a way to indicate whether you're getting an increase or a decrease in the quantity. Negative means increase, positive means decrease. So the same with our production quantity, our 299,000 production units minus the 428,000 production units comes up with a difference of about 130,000 units. Again, it will be a negative number, which indicates an increase in production. So this particular example is showing an increase in water usage and an increase in production over the calendar year period of 2021. So let's normalize this and see if something happens. If first we want to come up with a normalization factor. Of course, that's going to be our current year production quantity of 428,000 divided by the base year production quantity of 299,000, and we come up with a normalization factor of 1.431. Well, that's greater than 1. So we've just confirmed that we had an increase in production over that calendar year reporting period. It's greater than 1. To come up with our normalized quantity data, then we would take our production unit quantity for our project unit quantity for the current year of 319 million gallons, subtract the project unit quantity for the base year, the 258 million gallons, and then we would multiply that by our normalization factor, and we end up with a positive 86 million gallons increase. It's a positive number. Mainly, you'll notice that when we look at our actual P2 calculation, we're taking our base year minus our current year. But when we're doing our normalized, we're taking our current year minus our base year. And the reason why we do that is more or less for my purposes, for internal reporting measures, so that we will always show on our spreadsheets increases as a positive number, decreases as a negative number, so that when we total it all out, hopefully we end up with a negative number, which means that we decreased our water usage over that reporting period as a total. Okay, so when we're looking at this, we're actually seeing, okay, that increase in quantity or in water usage over the year, we've got an increase in production over the year, and we also have a normalized increase of water usage over the year. So it doesn't look like in any way, shape, or form that these two water recycling measures did any good at all. I mean, no, there was, we're not showing any decrease at all based upon that thing. So let's look at this in a different light. Let's look at this in a different way. Now we're going to take the same example, but we're going to calculate it for the usage in gallons per unit produced. So we're taking total numbers. Now we're going to go and look at this based upon how much water was used for each unit that was produced. So first we'll want to take our baseline information, and we'll take our baseline quantity of 258 million and divide that by our baseline production units of 299,000, and we come up with 865 plus gallons of water used per each unit produced. So it took 865 gallons to produce a unit. Do the same with the current period, and we end up with 745 gallons of water used to produce each unit. When we look at the difference of that, our 865 minus our 745 gives us a positive 120 gallons per unit produced. A positive number in the actual P2 indicates a decrease. So we're actually showing a decrease in water usage. In other words, it's taking less water to produce each unit. And we actually are showing success in terms of our water measures that we put into place. Again, we go ahead and normalize that. Our normalization factor is 1.431, and then we take the inverse of our current minus I'm sorry, our current gallons used per unit value minus our baseline gallons used per unit, and then multiply that times the normalization factor, and we get a negative 171.84 gallons used per unit produced normalized to production. And again, a negative number in the normalized, again, indicates a decrease in water usage. So we've shown throughout by using this method that those water recycling measures did in fact decrease the amount of water that was used to produce each unit. And you can do that when you fill out your section E. If it's, however it works, in order to like help to determine whether or not what you're doing is actually succeeding. One thing I want to note is that the baseline here and the quantities represents the end of the prior year that we're reporting on, or the prior year before we start reporting. So the baseline is going to be those numbers on December 31st, in this case of 2020, because our reporting year is calendar year 2021. So everything that is the numbers at the end of the day on December 31st are going to be the same as the numbers at the beginning of the day on January 1st, right? And then your current is going to be, of course, that is numbers that are at December 31st, 2021. Again, we're reporting on the calendar year period for section E. Sometimes you may have a project that takes a long time. It's a long-term project, like LED lighting installation throughout the whole plant. It's going to take you like 4 years to do. So each year, you're incrementally adding more LED lighting, replacing your lighting with LED lighting. And you want to show your electricity reductions due to that measure, that emission reduction measure. You can do that. Each year, you would be putting your information as we've done in the calendar year. So if it starts in 2018, then for the reporting calendar year of 2018, your baseline would be that December 31st, 2017, and the current would be the December 31st of 2018. And then the difference would be that year's use of electricity reduction based upon the installation of LED lighting. And you would do that each year. The next corresponding year, your baseline would be the current year from the prior reporting period. If you do not want to report on electricity reduction on that project, and you want to wait to the very end of the project to show an overall electricity reduction for LED lighting installation, then you can do that. And your baseline year would be December 31st of the year prior to the initial installation. But don't continue to put that base year each year on your APR, because what ends up happening is you end up double reporting those numbers. We only want to show a year's worth if you had already reported on prior year's installations. You can ask me. So that's section E. Okay, so let's use our same sample and look at section F. Section F is where we report the future year's estimates. So we don't want to put in the same numbers that we put in section E into section F. This is the way that you show what your plans are for the next reporting calendar year, i.e. 2022 in this case. E is reporting on 2021, F is reporting on 2022. So if you're continuing water use reductions, then under total water use, your baseline would be 2021, and the number would be 319 million gallons. The same number that you put as your current number in section E, right? So you're starting to square off with a new baseline, but there's no overlap or anything like that. And then the future year would be 2022, which then you're going to show your full calendar year, okay? So December 31st, 2022, how many gallons do you expect to be using? And hopefully it's a lower number, because we're hoping that it reduces the amount of water usage based upon the projects that we put into place. Okay, so another lesson. As I sent out a questionnaire to everybody, I was trying to figure out where, when, and stuff to do this meeting. And one of the questions that I asked is, what do you want to hear about? What kind of topics are you interested in? We have questions of challenges with those kinds of things. And there were quite a few, but I just kind of put a smattering of them in here. And mainly because this afternoon during ESP roundtable, we're going to discuss a lot of these, hopefully, that you are going to be discussing a lot of these. So I hope that you have some information that you can offer us and help each other when there are questions arising or needs therein. But I thought maybe I would just kind of do a couple slides that would, reference slides or contact information slides, that type of thing might be helpful to you. So first of all, we've had some staff changes in our OPS recycling programs. Jennifer Wilson-Hillriddle is now our recycling outreach manager. She is who you would contact if you have any questions at all about recycling. Can it be? Where can it be? How do I locate, et cetera, She's the gal to go to. You can also communicate with Deanna Gardner. She is our recycling marketing development manager. She handles the recycling market development grants and a lot of other goals. She's very, very informed, and she will be able to help you as well. Jacob Schmicker is back. He left us for a little while, but he's come back now, okay, as our electronic recycling manager. So anything that you, any e-waste recycling questions that you might have, he would be the person to communicate with. Just a couple other links and websites, with the Recycling Indiana website is actually here. That's our IDEM recycling, OPS recycling programs website. The long-awaited GT environmental recycling study, yay, has finally arrived, and this document is listed here. And then just to make a note that the Indiana Recycling Coalition has changed their name to Circular Indiana, and this is their new website. Okay, so Deanna Gardner and IDEM is hosting a series of quarterly meetings to discuss issues, share resources, and find solutions to current challenges facing recyclers and Indiana's recycling industry. These are the recycling roundtable discussions. They are held virtually via Zoom. Registration is required for these. Each roundtable has specific topics. They're open to the recycling board. There's recyclers, there's waste management districts, there's municipal people, there's public companies and such, and lots of private companies and or individuals that take part in the recycling and roundtable discussions. They basically are open to everybody.
And legislators.
Oh, and legislatures. And so It's kind of a good thing, you know, if you got questions about recycling, this is the place you can go to and ask your questions, comments, get in touch with contacts, and maybe folks there that are recyclers of stuff you want to get recycled. Networking, all kinds of things like that. Not all the topics will be put within to you specifically, but each of the discussions, because it is a discussion, things come up. So the next roundtable is in September, an email blast will go out to let everyone know that it's coming out to register. I can send that to you if you're not already on the contact list. And you can also go to this website to look at past recordings, as well as the registration information. And of course, you can communicate with Deanna if you have any questions about the roundtable discussions. Okay. As we're talking. Okay. The recycling market development program grants. The grant round for this year is closed, but they are anticipating a new grant round in the spring of 2023. Again, an email blast will go out indicating that that is open and ready for candidates. This is projects that focus on all of these various things: increased recyclable material collection or consumption, reductions in municipal solid waste, shift or final disposal, or improving partnerships with communities through tangible outreach and educational efforts. These are open to you as private industry, and eligible candidates can seek a grant up from $10,000 up to $500,000, and there is a 50% cash match for these grants. So it's definitely something that's pretty cool to look into. If you have any questions on that, call me.
And these slides will be available to you online after this event.
Yes, so all the links will be there, and you can just use that. So I was looking at the EPA National Pollution Prevention Roundtable newsletter, and they have highlighted the new version of the EPA Waste Reduction Model, or WARM. This model provides high-level estimates of potential greenhouse gas emissions reductions, energy savings, and economic impacts from several different waste management practices. So we have everything from source reduction, recycling, anaerobic digestion, combustion, composting, landfilling. I'll put some more in here: electricity conservation, green energy, fuel and chemical substitutions, water conservation, and improved materials management. The newest version, which is version 15, also adds an economic impact component, like employment, labor hours, wages, and taxes. Direct impacts include actual transformation of recyclable material into marketable products, and indirect impacts include collection, sorting, and transportation of that material. So all of the information link is here, as well as a link to the newest version of WARM number 15. The EPA Waste Wise program is no longer taking candidates. There have been several members that have taken part in the Waste Wise program, but it is no more. It's evolving into sustainable materials management. Not sure what all that's going to be about. So this link here will take you there, and I suggest looking at that periodically so that you could see what EP is going to come up with to take over the Waste Wise program. I just listed some members from the last APR, lots of people working on waste, zero waste to landfill. Okay, you might recall the waste stream mapping grant that has now expired. It was a partnership between IDEM and Purdue Manufacturing Extension. And it's really successful. Some folks took part in that. But I just wanted to let you know that MVP does still provide high value affordable solutions. If you look in the area of continuous improvement on their website, under sustainability and energy efficiency. They offer very affordable training, consulting, and on-site assessments. If you're looking for a free complementary energy assessment, the Industrial Assessment Center at IUPOI, sponsored by the U.S. Department of Energy, is offering detailed assessments to help manufacturers identify opportunities to improve productivity, reduce consumption, and save money. The EPR Energy Star Challenge for Industry, Brent Ripple, letter US EPA Region 5, asked me to go ahead and forward this to you guys. It is a recognition and goal setting program to improve the facility's normalized energy efficiency by 10% within 5 years or less. It's free, easy, confidential, investable. There's no annual reporting. Okay? You can view the takers, those folks that have taken part in the Energy Star Challenge, and registration information at this website. A couple people from the past that have gone through the challenge and completed it, are Toyota Manufacturing and General Motors, or you can contact Brent Ripple at his email here. I don't know how much more time I got, sorry guys. 9:46, I'm over time. Sorry, I'll go over these really fast because I'm going to pull these back up and we talk this afternoon because I think it's going to be about greenhouse gases, etc. But my intern, Saddam Paul, was tasked with the idea of coming up with a tool that would give a company their current greenhouse gases inventory. And he found the greenhouse gas protocol. So the protocol is there. It's a really good report. It's really detailed. The calculation tools will allow you to input all the information that you have currently, and it will plug out what your current greenhouse gases are. And then you can also put you can put in new projects, and it'll tell you how much you're going to be reducing greenhouse gases based upon that project. He also wanted me to make sure we have the website to define scope 1 and 2 and 3 carbon emissions. I'll go over this a little bit more. I'll wait until later to do this. It's just pieces of pie and where all greenhouse gases come from throughout the economic sector. Again, references for the carbon sink, land conservation. Folks want to know about how do we use their green spaces, and there's a slew of resources here. Many of you have already taken part and used some of these, but I'll leave it up for later. You can go back when we post this. All right, last but not least, Partners for Pollution Prevention are celebrating their 25th annual P2 Conference and Trade Show this year. It's on September 21st at the Marriott North, just at the crossing of the north side of Indianapolis. Registration now is open, and you can go to this registration site and look at the agenda. There's some great speakers. It's going to be really interesting this year because our theme is honoring our past as we journey to the future. So there'll be a lot of memorabilia and kind of past stuff. We'll talk to people that have been around for a while, and then sort of future ideas of what are we going to do later. If you're a member of the partners, there are discount tickets available for you. There are also sponsorships available. We currently have several of the gold, silver, bronze sponsors, but we still need a few of the break and lunch sponsors, which is very, very reasonably priced. Your company will get recognition on the conference website and all the conference materials, in the agenda flyer, on the tables at the conference, and up on the big screen as they go. So it's a way to show recognition to your company for offering to be a sponsor. And then the partners also have 3 quarterly meetings due December 13th. Toyota Material Handling has graciously, they're going to be hosting this quarterly meeting. And it's in Columbus, Indiana, and Bartholomew County. And then in spring of 2023, Alonzo Clinton Labs in Clinton, Indiana, that's West Central Indiana, Vermilion County. They have offered to host the quarterly meeting with them. I just wanted to make a quick note that the Alonzo Clinton, their campus is huge. So if our tour covers the campus, you're going to get all your steps in because, wow, it's going to be prepared. But it's awesome. I mean, we've done some great things. Other material and great things too. We have not yet gotten anybody for the spring 2023. So again, if you're a partners member and you're interested in hosting a quarterly meeting, please come see me and I'll get you in touch with someone who can help you get things organized and ready to go. I think that is it. If there are any questions, we have time. We have time for questions. I mean, you can always come up and see me later if you've done any, second thoughts or anything. Okay, so next up, see if I can do this. I can just not sure. Why did we not- Okay, guys, I think, there we go. Actually,
So it is my pleasure to introduce two of my final technical assistance program staff. And may or may not have met them before. We have Krista Wagner, who is our air expert, and Tracy Barnes, who's our land and the native person in the office of my home. So we're going to share the next presentation and give you an item regulatory update. Crystal's up first. Good morning, everybody. It's so good to see all of you. There's a lot of you I haven't met yet, so hopefully a chance to chat later. I'll try to be good. There's me, Crystal Wagner. There's my contact information, is Jennifer said. I've been in the CTAP program for, I guess, over 4 years now, but I came from the Office of Air Quality. I started out in the outreach section and then moved to the permits branch, where I stayed for the majority of my time in here. And now I'm in CTAP learning everything.
But I still specialize in air, so if you have any special air issues, find me and we will talk. And then Tracy Morris will be speaking later. Here's a copy of the CTAP brochure. Some of you may have seen this, but these are going to be with the slides that we have available later, so you can have all these links and you'll be able to print out the CTAP brochure on your own. CTAP staff are located throughout the state. We cover the whole state. The central office staff, me, Tracy Barnes, Annie Shariah, and Mark Stoddard. And we also have a vacant small business liaison position that cover the central office, central regional area of the state. Up in the Northwest Regional Office, we have a new person, Michelle Murday, who just joined us. So if you have any questions and you're up in those counties, you contact Michelle Murday. If you're in the Northern Regional Office area in any of those counties, the number 2 counties, Joe Nicholas is the contact there for CTAP. And then we also have a contact down in the Southwest Regional Office. It says vacant, but I think that position will be filled around August, sometime in August. And then in the Southeastern Regional Office, Andrew Dryden is our contact there, and he is responsible for all those counties. So you're, wherever you are, find out where your contact is, and then that's who you would contact with any issues questions that you have that would be CTAP related. How many have seen the CTAP portal? So those are internal, so those don't count. Okay, we have a few people. This is so exciting. This is kind of like a secret place where we can have confidential conversations. It's on a separate server, so it's separate from IDEM. CTAP is non-regulatory, so this is a good way for you to contact CTAP through the portal. You can set up your own personal login ID and contact information, and then you can submit questions to us through the portal. And there even is a portal comment section, which is kind of like a text, so you can just send us little messages back and forth through the portal comments, and those are always fun to use. But it's a good way to just get a fast answer to any of your questions and put you in direct contact with the appropriate CTAP person. To sign up for the portal, you can sign up through Access Indiana, and Access Indiana has several other state agency websites. Like you can even sign up for camping reservations through DNR. There's Department of Revenue. There's the Bureau of Motor Vehicles. The CTAP is on there, and you can sign in. So if you already have a login for one of these other services, that would also be the same for CTAP. It's just one size fits all. One user name, one password. You can also sign up or access the portal through IDEM's website, and these are some of the other IDEM online services, but the CTAP one is there as well. I'd like to just talk about some changes here at IDEM. We already talked about Bob. He's our new OPS Assistant Commissioner. But we also welcome new Chief of Staff, Carloni Stover, and Brian Rockins, who's our new Commissioner, who will be speaking later. We also have a lot of changes in other parts of IDEM. We have a new Northwest Regional Office Director, Kathy Safari, and a new branch chief in OAQ compliance and enforcement branch. That's Giannis Johnson. He'll be there and not know Giannis. He's been with IDEM for a very long time. And we have a new legislative director, Greg Abramson. And And we also welcome a lot of changes in land. Land has had the most changes this year, that's for sure. So they have a new branch chief in OLQ compliance, Lori Freeman. A new branch chief in OLQ permits branch, Robin Feller, and a new branch chief in OLQ's petroleum branch, Tim Beach. They've also been invited for many years. But to make all these changes, some of these promotions that I did, I had to say goodbye to a few people. Saying goodbye, we missed Julia already, she was agricultural liaison. Bruce Kaiser, I don't know if many of you know, worked with Bruce Kaiser, but he retired from branch chief in OLQ compliance. Mary Lou Renshaw retired, she's the branch chief, was the branch chief in the Office of Water Quality and Watershed Assessment and Planning branch. Stephen Bell was the OLQ permits branch chief. And he's not on, he's just moved to another position in the agency. Amy McClure left, she was the section chief in land permits and solid waste permits. Rex Osborne also left, he was the section chief in Office of Land Quality Remediation and Federal Programs. And many of you know Angela Taylor, she left recently. Her parting gift was to create this presentation for us to work off of. So I very much appreciate Angela's work, and I'm sure we will miss her presentations. As Bob mentioned, also we have some E101s coming up. August 24th, how to calculate potential to emit. That's going to be a good one. I'll be doing that one. September 29th, there's going to be making waste determinations under RICA, and then Tracy will cover that with Mark Saturday. And if you're ever wanting to find more training items available, we have all of the E101s on the CTAP part of IBM's website, and again, slides and links will be available in the slides from after today. If you see something that is missing, if you find something that you'd like us to talk about, please let us know. We are always looking for new topics to share in our E101s. We've got quite a list here that we've created, but we always use some new topics, I think. So please let us know if there's something that you'd really like us to talk about. This slide is just mainly links for some resources that we have to find information about items, public notices for rules or permits or anything that would be public notice, and the news and events calendar, the Indiana Register, rulemakings that are underway, environmental rules board packets are available through this website under the environmental rules board. And we also on that website maintain a list of compliance due dates, which good reminder. So just to catch you up from the last meeting, there was a environmental rules board meeting in November of 2021. And during that meeting, they adopted the Davies and Pike County SO2 redesignation to redesignate them from non-attainment to attainment. And they adopted the rule amendments at that board meeting. And they also adopted rule amendments to the Fort Wayne combined sewer overflow wet weather limited use designations under the Office of Water Quality. Preliminary rule adoptions included the public water system definition under the Office of Water Quality, including the water program permitting fees, and then waste program permitting fees under the Office of Land Quality. The septic management rule was finally adopted during that meeting. It is currently in effect. I don't know how many people that really affects. Mostly these were updates to make them consistent with EPA language. There were also some discussions of some nominal policy documents, supplemental sampling guidance under OLQ, supplemental characterization guidance, addressing methane at anaerobic bioremediation sites, and supplemental guidance on engineered exposure controls. Those are all through the Office of Land Quality. And also during that meeting, they presented the air permitting report, and that's also available as a PDF document. The rules board also met in February of 2022, and they adopted state SO2 and Porter County ozone designations. This rule was actually final adopted during this meeting, but I'll cover that in the next slide. Final adoption, final rules that were adopted with the satellite and water storage structure, reference updates, so that was just a reference update from the Office of Water Quality. The public water system definitions, Office of Water Quality, that rule is currently in effect. The water program permitting fees, that rule has been finalized and it is currently in effect. And the waste program permitting fees from the Office of Land Quality, that was finally adopted, and those rules are currently in effect. They also discussed the guidance to predicting a high ozone level day for sources subject to 326 IAC 8-13, which is not a policy document. It's from the Office of Air Quality. It's AIR-0020-R1. It's revision 1 NPD phenomenal policy document. And then they also did a presentation for the 2022 list of impaired waters and consolidated assessment and listing methodology under section 3.8 of the Clean Water Act. Then June 8th was the most recent board meeting they had, where they preliminary adopted landfill emissions under the Office of Air Quality. That will and then Angola chloride variance revisions under the Office of Water Quality. The Davies and Pike County SO2 redesignation was finally adopted. It's going to be effective in October of 2022. It was finally adopted back in February, but they found a mistake when it went to the legislative services. They found an error in the language, so they sent it back and they made the board re-adopt it in June. So that rule will be effective in October. And then the state SO2 and Porter County ozone designations through the Office of Air Quality, those rules will also be effective in October of 2022. And then they also discussed risk-based closure guide through Office of Land. Now I'd like to introduce Tracy to talk about the rules. Land. It's mostly land. All the excitement is in land. I don't know why. I want it to be about air. It's got to be about the land. Probably. Yeah. When I heard we were going to have a podium, I got a little bit nervous because I'm sitting behind podiums and I feel like I stood back. I'm going to see that. Right. So I wanted to go into a little bit more detail about the permit fees. You know, that butters the bread at IDEM, so I'm pretty excited about this. And to give you a little bit of background, if you are familiar, then if you can kind of not pay attention to that, but if you're not, you notice that we just for solid and hazardous waste permits and also for water permits. And that is because those permit fees were actually in the statute prior to this. And that happened way back in the 90s. So those permit fees have been static for a couple decades. And we needed the money, it was time to update things. So in 2019, the legislature said, yeah, okay, write rules, we'll go to the board for your permit fees. So we had an increase to kind of try and catch up with everything. We're allowed to go back up to every 5 years, and at a rate of no more than 10%, the board can increase our fees. I've got links, and we tried to get these presentations are chock full of links. So if you want to go back and look at the original rule language, I have those here, and not to leave air out because they're really important. I breathe all day long, and so I've got the link to their last rule, and it looks like they updated theirs in 2021. Theirs were already in rules, so they can look at that. They updated the are they on the conference schedule too? You know, the time they're the same everywhere. Now I'm going to go through a couple of rules of interest. So these are rules that are in the process of going through board review and hopefully final adoption. We've got NPDES application requirements, and the federal rules have different application requirements. So we want to align with those where appropriate. There's going to be some updating on parameters. Some of our parameters are out of date. We're looking at some changes to better reflect Indiana's needs, and some of those might be separate or alternative application requirements for concentrated animal feeding operations and aquatic and animal production facilities. And then there may be some minimal formatting changes. So that has been through first notice. That was just first notice in March. So it should go before the board then. Oh no, the next thing will be a second notice. So if you're interested in those, watch for that. We had first noticed the legitimate use rule earlier this year in January 26th of 2022. And this first notice for a rule was actually based on a 2016 statute on legitimate use. You're following that. If you weren't, it defines legitimate use. So in the statute, legitimate use means the use or reuse of material that would otherwise be considered solid waste. And it has to be used in a manufacturing process or a substitute for a natural or commercial material. The material has to be commercially valuable for an established market or an emerging market, and it has to be used in a manner that doesn't pose a threat to public health or environment. And then the other thing, and so you have to look in two different places to kind of put this together, it also authorized items to write rules on legitimate use that would include storage, handling, record keeping, circumstances which are not legitimate use. And then rules under this section will provide the material that is being used is not considered a solid waste. It might seem obvious, but sometimes that can get tricky. For example, if you are placing a waste on the ground, so you're using a contaminated soil in a structural build application. So while that's serving as a road base, you would say that's not a solid waste. But if for some reason you ever decided to move the road and you have this waste material, then that should make sure to come back into regulation. So being a solid waste can actually be somewhat of a fluid circumstance. It's not just a cut and dry. I think a lot of people say it's solid waste or it's not. Sometimes things can go back and forth. So this rule is going to attempt to tackle those things. In the first notice, we said that we put the standards and criteria procedures for determination of legitimate uses. Again, as the legislature allowed, we put in information on proper storage and record keeping and things that are not solid waste or not legitimate use, such as speculative accumulation or sham recycling. We put in standards for denial of the use, which might seem kind of obvious, but it is a voice. You don't have a clear reason to say no. Sometimes we feel like we have to say yes. We're looking at streamlined processes for defined uses, financial assurance requirements in some circumstances. And then this is kind of a wild card. so not to confuse anybody, we are pulling in some things out of the alternative fuel rule. And we're not saying that using something as an alternative fuel is necessarily legitimate use, but we saw an opportunity to fix a problem that we created. There's an alternative fuel registration that allows for substitute of an alternative fuel up to 30%. Well, we have facilities that can't do 30%, but they need to be 0 or 100. And honestly, we're okay with it. So then we came up with a workaround for that. So we want to eliminate the workaround. We're okay with 100%. So we're going to make some minor adjustments in alternative fuel just to make sure that it catches up with what our actual work practices are. Now, I do want to note that now that we've got this first notice out and we're in the process of figuring these rules out, we did have a statute that came out earlier this year, House Bill Act 1226. And I'm going to mention that a few more times. I think Brian's going to mention it. Kind of a big deal. There we go. So the next rule that I wanted to talk about is the solid waste definition. I'm going to pause for a minute because I've been mentioning the solid waste definition a couple of times. This solid waste definition isn't a rule. We also have a solid waste definition in our Indiana statute. Federal statutory definitions, federal rules. So this is specific for the hazardous waste rules in Indiana. And this is to mirror the federal hazardous waste rules. They came out with a new definition of solid waste in 2008. They got sued, they went back and tried it again. The third time, I think it finally stuck. There was one provision that had to be adjusted. And now that the dust has settled, we're going to get caught up with all of that. So this effort is really just to catch up with changes that the federal rule enacted. I think the last one was 2018. And those are specific for hazardous secondary materials that are used under the control of the generator, or hazardous secondary materials that are transferred to a third party, thereby recycling exclusion. And then we're also looking at strengthening the definition of legitimate recycling of hazardous waste. Now, the provisions will, these amendments address the federal definition of waste affected by the vacatur. U.S. Court of Appeals. So this is actually the final, taking all the court cases and everything into account. Now, if you look at the second notice that is linked here, we were adding some state-specific provisions, but because of House Bill Act 1226 again, we are going to take those back out because we're just going to go back to being exactly what the federal government says. And there is going to be a new rule presented to the board at the next meeting, well, not the next meeting. It's November. But if you're interested in looking at that and seeing what that rule says, watch for the November board meeting. It will be included in the packet. You'll be able to read that online. You can submit comments to the board at that time. I don't think you have to show up. You can submit written comments to the board. So that's your way to have an official voice in this matter.
Be prepared with my own microphone. So last fall at the ESP meeting, we did talk about the voluntary program rule that we were going to open. And that has started, and I think okay. So we have provided a first notice on the voluntary program rule, and now I'm going to ready for second notice. So it will change the language that applies to the ESP program and the clean program. for our renewal process. So the renewal process should be a little bit easier. Prior to the current rule, it requires us to go back through the same initial process as an initial applicant. So we're trying to make that renewal process less cumbersome for the ESP members. So hopefully you'll see that reducing some of the extra paperwork that kind of have to go through. The other piece that impacts, they're going to add some language in there to define what the forms are that we're using in the program. That's just another requirement that OMB has put in place for us. So that really won't impact the operation of the program. And then other specifics on the clean program are going into effect on there. We did make slight language changes related to continuous improvement, and the continuous improvement piece applies to the ESP program, whereas clean is going to be more project-based improvements. Please do comment if this is something that impacts you directly in this program. So if we didn't receive any comments on the first go round, it was just like a heads up, they were doing this, but the second one is coming. So we would appreciate your comments.
Mentioned a couple times about commenting on this. I also want to point out that in addition to the formal comment periods, you can contact IBM anytime. If you know the program support staff that's working on the rule, you can contact them. You can contact the rule writer. You can call, you can email, you can set up a meeting. If you want to talk with upper management. It's good to have your input in early on in the process. I was talking to Chris Peterson, the chief of the rules section. She said there are people that sometimes show up at the meeting for final adoption and want to make significant comments to the board. And at that point, it's too late. And it's kind of disappointing for the person who wants to make the comments. And it's also a little bit maybe frustrating for the board not to have that information earlier. So just want to encourage you that those formal comment periods are great because your comment goes on record in the response. But any other time, you've got comments. You like to talk, I like to listen, so come on in. So that's it for the rules. Now I'm going to shift and I'm going to talk about that House and Roll Back 1226. It's Public Law 120-2022. Signed by the governor in March 14th of 2022. And the interesting thing about this statute, it's not just what's in here, I think it's also that all of these things came together in one statute. I heard Brian Robinson say, any one of these in another year, probably they would have been in different statutes, but for whatever reason this year, they all came together as one. So it's a lot to sort through. So I'm going to walk through some of those with you. Walk through the whole thing. The first thing that we have is the waste diversion pilot. It's actually the Central Indiana waste diversion pilot. Coal combustion residues uses are listed in the rule now, or in the statute. Hazardous waste facility that's processing solid waste. There's a directive for expeditious adoption of exemptions and exclusions under 40 CFR 261. And then again, our good friend, the definition of solid waste. Now, each section has a different effective date. At this point, it's all in effect because the last one was July 1st, but I do know the effective dates in between. So first up is the Central Indiana Waste Diversion Pilot Project. This is effective on passage, and we actually are starting to take, we've already started to take applications on June 30th. So I don't know if you've heard about this, you looked into it. You don't necessarily have to be in Marion County. Project has to be in Marion County, so there is potential that you could partner with somebody else that is in Marion County. So you're not allowed out in Marion County, you can't do it. You can. So you might want to look into that. The funding for this is going to be $4 million, and the applicants are going to be chosen on recommendations from IDEM. We do have a little direction in the statute, and then we're looking for things that are high volume and have the potential to be something that's sustainable. So we're not just throwing money away, but maybe we can tackle some good projects and get something that could continue. The duration of the project for the pilot for the funding cannot exceed 2 years, and the applications are due by October 1st. Here's a application guidelines document. I have a link up here, and then we have a whole web page actually with some of this information. So if you want more information, go to the website, call us, email us, we'd be happy to talk to you. The second thing I'm going to talk about is the use of coal combustion residues. And gosh, when I started at the agency, the statute was already in effect, 1988, and all these uses of coal combustion residues listed out in statute. When the federal rule came out for disposal of coal combustion residues and covering surface impoundments, there was a little bit of a mismatch in that EPA defined beneficial use, but didn't entirely regulate it. What they were considering beneficial use versus what we had in the statute, it didn't completely match up. So those things were taken out of statute 2 years ago, and then this year they were put back in. So I do want to point out that there's still that federal CCR rule, anyone using CCR has to comply with. One thing in particular is we notice basic road construction or structural fill are two of the uses listed here. It is a large scale project. According to the EPA, a large scale is 12,400 tons of regular. There's additional steps that we need to do to make sure that you're not impacting the environment. So I don't know if anyone has any further interest in CCR groups here, but I wanted to mention it. The other one is solid waste processing at a hazardous waste facility. So previously, we had a hazardous waste TSDF, and we take the hazardous waste in and putting it through the treatment process. Sometimes generators would send their solid waste here, and it would go through the treatment process. So the rule is very clear in solid waste, is that that type of activity is exempt from the solid waste rule because it's handled under a hazardous waste permit. Now, there are a couple of hazardous waste TSDFs that also take in solid waste, but don't put them through the hazardous waste process. So there are a few of them that actually have two different permits, one for the hazardous waste side and one for the solid waste side. Well, the legislature has eliminated the requirement to get that solid waste permit now. However, those activities still need to be covered, so it's still going to be in a permit. So what the plan is to take those activities then and put them in the hazardous waste permit. So we'll probably spend a couple of years sorting this out, getting people completely up to date. The facilities that currently have both permits and operate under both until they expire, if we choose, then they come in and do an amendment or a modification for that. Now, and it's important to note, I'm glad you put this in there, if solid waste does come in come in contact with hazardous waste, it does have to be managed as hazardous waste from that point forward. So if it is coming in and going through the process, which is how things will work. So no big change there. We'll be updating our solid waste processing facilities rule at 329 IEC 11 to reflect these changes. Hazardous waste regulations. So this impacts, as I mentioned already, that solid waste definition. Because now we've been directed by the legislature to expeditiously adopt by rule all exceptions and exclusions from regulation of waste that is adopted by the EPA 261 on or after January 1st, 2022. Going forward, we'll expeditiously adopt that. And until those amendments are in place, they are in effect in Indiana until we get our rules updated. So, we're in a between time where we've got a new federal rule and our state rule doesn't match up. Make contact and IDEM to make sure, because these are things that are less stringent too. And sometimes that can be a little subjective, is that less stringent or not. But we'll get caught up and we will have to do what we will make. also have an update to the statutory definition, and this is the Indiana statute. And it's very specific, so these additions to our definition of solid waste under Indiana law, this is going to impact legitimate use that I just mentioned, but it applies to material that's not hazardous. So this hazardous waste definition of solid waste, that's still going forward as planned. And then on the solid waste side of things, if it's not hazardous and exempted or excluded under, or exempted or excluded under 40 CFR 261, if it's used by a manufacturer as an ingredient or a component, or as a commodity in a process that results in a product, that is not going to be considered solid waste going forward. So we'll take this into account as we're doing the legitimate use rule. We're also, the compliance branch is looking very closely at making sure that they're checking compliance with places. There is some concern that there are going to be some facilities that take in waste with the plan of using it and then they don't use it. So like waste and they're not using it or material, insert whatever term you want, it's kind of tricky there. If they're just piling things up and not using it, that's going to be considered a dumping. But hopefully this will facilitate use, that you don't have to be too concerned about getting approvals or permits, that you've got a great process, you're making a great product, people are buying the product, you're turning over your raw materials, and everything will be good. I do want to point out that after the initial language came out, they said, okay, so what are we doing with batteries and tires and electronic waste and used oil and things like that. So those rules are still going to be in effect. If you have used oil, you need them to be used oil for. Spent batteries, go to those provisions. Electronic waste, use of foundry sand, steelmaking slag, all of that's still going to be in effect. This is for things that are outside of that. I wanted to talk about one non-real policy document, the risk-based closure guidance. And this is the second provision to that guidance. The last one was done in 2012, and staff have been working on this probably at least 3 or 4 years. So this is a pretty big deal. It was presented to the board at the June 8th meeting, and then it went into effect July 8th. So we got presented to the board, it goes into effect 30 days later. The modifications that they made include requiring routine soil gas screening, especially at chlorinated solvent releases, routine sample vapor conduits like routinely sampling vapor conduits like sewers. They're removing the migration to groundwater screening levels and the vapor intrusion groundwater screening levels. And did you know there's a term for that? It's kind of fun. So vapor intrusion groundwater screening levels, the technical staff on that big whistle. Big whistle. I don't know, this is my favorite. They're going to stop publishing residential and commercial soil direct contact wells for volatile chemicals, and they're going to stop using transition periods between each table. So this guidance document has been years in the making, but if you are in remediation or aware of that, they actually do update the tables every year. It's just this master guidance document that doesn't get updated. If you want more information, I put a link into Science Services News Bulletin that kind of talks about these things in a little bit more detail. And then the last thing that I want to point out that, well, this is remediation focused, and if you're in a cleanup program, or maybe just looking at that guidance because you're doing your own cleanup and you want ideas for things you should look at and what would be okay. But there are some other non-rule policy documents that are predicated on this policy and on the screening levels, and that's the uncontaminated soil policy and also the contained air determination policy. That's all I have.
Yeah, now's your time.
And me and Jean,
Better
you're
than
back into the
we know it's a lot of information, and that's why we've also provided this document for you. We just always want to give you these regulatory updates because it's important to know what's impacting your business and any environmental things that you're working on. So hopefully these are useful to you and not just a boring thing that we have to get you through, but they do impact, what's going on here in Indiana. So, and some of these, like you were talking about with is it a solid waste or now is it not a solid waste? And, these things that change with the use, another good opportunity to reach out to Tracy and say, hey, with your years of experience here, how do we now treat this? Or, where does it fall now in this decision-making process? Or, just feel free to reach out to the folks in the CTAP, pick the brain. Even, we're not just here to help folks who are struggling. We'd like to be proactive and work with you to make those calls. Any questions on any of the rules or anything that we can help with? Comments? Anything? We're going to have an opportunity for you to ask questions of the commissioner as well. So thinking of something that this is why we hold this annual meeting, for you to be able to have an opportunity to get FaceTime with him. So if you have any burning questions about where item is going or something that we're doing, feel free to ask him those questions as well.
And I would do that, that contact. And I appreciate that. Thank you, Jennifer. I mean, I would love to talk to you. For those of you that know me, I actually did the Gym Reviews program. It was kind of a one-person show for about 25 years. And now that I moved on to CTAP, though, I am still involved in the Gym Reviews work group. So, any questions or ideas that you guys have, I can take that to the work group and we can take that into consideration. So you may not have something today. I wouldn't have anything today. I've seen where you are. Your ears would start turning and kind of rusty, and probably tomorrow, like the light bulb will go on, or next week. And so if that happens to you, just please, by all means, reach out to me. So we got a little bit extra time for a break. I'd like to have all of you back here right on the clock. As Jennifer said, our new commissioner, Brian Robinson, will be giving the talk, and then a Q&A session. So all of you will have the opportunity to have a talk with him or with the group. After that, we will break for lunch. After that, at 12:45, we're going to gather at the main entrance, where we will have a group photo. So I expect everybody to be there at 12:45, so we can represent every single person that is here today. Those that are all remote, you of course do have this break time as well. And if you do have any questions, those that are in the remote, please do put them in the chat, and we'll take care of those as well with the group. Again, later this afternoon on our ESP roundtable, we're going to go around the room and talk to everyone, have everyone their name, their company name, and just maybe a 2-minute or less description of what they've done at their facility. We're going to try to focus on GHG. I'll give you a little runner before we go into that area, and then we can have a good full discussion. You will all be heard because we have the owl, and the owl will allow those that are on the remote to hear, and also to be recorded for our posting to the webpage.
Again, all of the PDFs of these presentations will also be posted to the webpage so that you'll be able to have access to any of the links or websites and all that we've put in there. So now please, take care. I think we've added some trail mix to our snacks over there. So feel free, go outside, enjoy, and we'll meet back here another time.
Oh my God.
Welcome back, everybody. Thanks again for this morning, and I would like this opportunity to introduce our commissioner, Ryan Hawkins, has been with our agency for quite some time now. Prior to his role as commissioner, served as the legislative liaison. Before that, staff. And legislative liaison with the agency, where so lots of institutional knowledge and experience with our agency, and welcome here today to speak to.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
We're on.
Yeah. So I want to thank everyone for having me here today. I also want to thank John, thank all of you for being part of the support group. You guys are the best of the best. You are respecting companies in whatever field you're in. Just learned about orthopedic creation. It's pretty cool. And you continue to go above and beyond. And in counterparts, which is I'm especially grateful for, and the environment thanks as well. I also want to give a special thanks to Gene Fix, Jeff Collins, and everyone else on the IDEM team to put this together. Do you guys hear me? Oh. So I'm going to give a quick update on metrics. I'm focused on kind of a quick high level of what other programs are focused on. I think Bob covered a little bit of this shot on me. And then my favorite part of this is the Q&A. So just have questions ready. Most of the time when I speak, I get the question part and I have questions. So I'm standing here. So as many questions as possible. Great. So for metrics, I've been to these meetings in the past, these have not changed, right? Permitting compliance, drinking water, and our air. So permitting, our goal is 75%. Agency-wide, we're around 57%, which is awesome. Compliance, our goal 3 years ago was we ran 45 days. Our interim goal was 15. We're now at 4, which is tremendous. Meaning, from the time we're on your property to the time you're getting the report of how you did, it's around 4 days. Now that's going to vary depending on the program you're in, but that's the agency average. And then the excellent drinking water and clean air metrics, we actually don't have really any impact on these measurements, but they're great talking points, they're great statements on how we're doing as a state. So the drinking water is how many drinking water utilities that we regulate are meeting all compliance standards. And that could be a paperwork issue, or that could even be a legitimate drinking water issue. So 98.7% of the state is clean drinking water. Clean air, it's the same thing. How many counties are entertainment? Really control that. It could be air coming from other states, and then plus industry leaders have the direct impact on what they do to bring the emissions down. there have been, enough since I started as commissioner, quite a few leadership changes. I was chief of staff, so that obviously left a gap when I came on. Providing Stovers, my new chief of staff, she started in January. She has a lot of government experience, not necessarily environmental experience, but that's one of the main reasons I picked her. It's so easy for anybody that's been at the agency for a long time to get into a groove in which you're just accepting whatever is being sent to you because it makes sense because you've been here long enough. And everything that we talk about is always environmental all the time. So I really enjoy having somebody that doesn't really know as much to ask questions that I no longer ask. Because I've been around too long. Hillary Albright is our chief financial officer. She joined 3 months ago. She came from DOC. Obviously, our fearless leader, Bob Luger. These are new ACE program support. And coming in August, we'll have a new deputy assistant commissioner program support, Connor Woodbridge. He is currently at DNR. And then some branch chiefs, Giannis and Air. He's been in Air for a long time. The branch chief late last year. Robin Feller, Lori Freeman, Tim Beach. These are all pretty recent branch chiefs in the Office of Land Quality. And then Kathy Satari, we named her Northwest Regional Office Director late last year as well. And then finally, we have a new Ledge Director and a new Communications Director as well. Drake came from the Senate, and then Sarah has been with the agency for about 3 years. And when our director left for the Lieutenant Governor's office, she got from that role. So my focus coming into this role, the biggest thing that I've been focusing on with senior leadership is communication. How do we communicate to those folks that are our stakeholders, whether they're companies, NGOs, legislators, citizens? How do we make sure that whatever it is that we're doing, people understand it, or they're at the table when we're making that decision? There have been quite a few instances over the last year and a half or so in which I or somebody on my team has had to go and fix something after a mistake was made because we didn't communicate properly. So I want to make sure, whatever it is, a permit decision, that everybody's at the table, enforcement decision, everybody's at the table, whatever it is, we're making a policy change. People know what's coming, so they know what to expect, and so they can predict how to move forward. Staffing, I'm sure you all are also in this boat with staffing issues. We are at the lowest we've ever been. I think on Monday we were at 751 employees. In early 2000, we were over 1,000. I would love us to be around 800, 830. It's kind of our sweet spot. But with COVID and the job market, everything else going on, current pay structure for state employees, it is next to impossible for me to move that need. I flew 30 to 40 hires a week, and by the time they're on board, we've lost them. So, but there is hope. The governor and state personnel department have been working on a study where they're actually comparing rates for like positions in the private sector. And the study just finished up, and now they know the what, now they're trying to figure out the how. And once they get the how, that they're going to go to the legislature with a proposal or their budget to increase salaries for state employees. Certainly help us attract and keep people. I understand you guys like a lot of our employees, for whatever the purpose is, but hopefully we can continue to keep them track. Environmental justice has been a huge topic I've been dealing with since I became commissioner. Bob has been my right-hand man on that. The Biden administration ran, one of the many items they ran was environmental justice. They the idea that their communities are overburdened with pollution, and the minority population, low income levels, and low education rates. We also typically have low health rates, and strong, high levels of infant mortality, high crime rates. So, does the EJ exist? Absolutely. What do we do with that? How do we move forward on that topic? The focus from EPA has really been on permitting. I don't think it should be on permitting, specifically not on renewal permitting. I have we have a rule right now where we're having to do a ton of extra work. This company's been there for 60 years. Like, I'm not going to have them move. I can't make them do anything more than what the law requires. So the impetus should be more on enforcement, cleaning up legacy pollution. How do we make this community better? How do we communicate? Do we know what their issues are? They may not be environmental at all. So that's kind of the problem. As I get to my office program support slide, I'll talk more about what we are doing at ICE. PFAS. 30. We have two major things going at IDEM. One is, the first one, in particular, I'm extremely proud of, is the governor's design, which for the environmental agency is pretty awesome, because we usually make the governors not. And we are, in coordination with Department of Homeland Security, picking up AFFF phone fire stations, and we are paying to dispose of it. We're the second or third state in the country to do this. Many other states have tried and failed because they thought they needed legislative authority or some other hiccup. I think actually they're thinking in their own way. If they were to think out of the box, kind of what we did, I think they could get done just as easily as we did. So, Department of Homeland Security, IDEM, in coordination with Indiana Financial Authority, we quickly gathered some money, actually used money, and gather a program, and U.S. Ecology is picking up. I think we have just under 10,000 gallons so far of PFAS. And by the end of the next year, we should be done collecting as much foam as anybody can give us in fire stations. Firefighters have learned that the highest leading death for them is cancer. And they are surrounded by PFAS. Foam has it, their gear has it, where they wash their gear has it. And I didn't find out that the gear chips away and they breathe it in. So it's hugely important and a great first step for the state in dealing with PFAS. Second is, this started under Bruno. We wanted to get an idea of where are we with PFAS. The fastest rate at which you can get PFAS in your system is through ingestion. So what is our drinking water like? So we have, it's supposed to be a 3-year thing, but because of COVID and delays with shipping all that stuff, it's been more of a 4 or 5 year deal. But we started off with very small systems. We tested all of their finished water to see what the levels are. Now we're on to medium-sized systems, and then we're going to get the large systems last. So far, prior to EPA lowering we had none that were above 70. There are a few now that we're going to retest based on the lower health advisory now support. And we hope to have that done next year or so, if we have no more shipping and supply. Another item is air fees. If you in the room have air permits. But if you do, you remember 2 or 3 years ago, we did an air fee increase. It was about $2.6 million. That money, so we need about $11 million to run our program. Thank God last 11. In a year, that money's gone. And we're no longer collecting. We're back down to actually under 90. The reason for that is when we issue an air permit, the fees, there's a base fee, and then there's a larger fee if you have to pay. That larger fee is based on what you emit. Our emissions have gone down so dramatically that within a year's time, we lost $2 million, which is not a sustainable way to fund a program. So we are actively looking for solutions on how do we address this so that we don't have to keep coming back. I hate going to the legislature about anything. I definitely don't want to keep going back and asking for more money. So we gotta look for a way to bridge this. So it's not necessarily based on emissions, but another factor so that we have steady income in our program. The air program is currently down 15 current riders and 10 other people in other areas of the office. And they're not hiring them so they can afford to pay the people that we hire, which means taking a hit on our clients and our permitting metrics. Water makes up, I showed you 54%, which is great. Water permits get us to that 54%. Airs are starting to go up, lanes are heading as well. So it's something we really do need to work on, and thankfully with the current economic state of the state, now's the time to do it. We have to figure out how to make sure we fully fund ourselves. And then two more real quick that I'm focused on cleanup programs. It takes a long time for us, the point in which we know there's a problem somewhere, to the point in which responsible party acts and start looking for it. Which means it takes even longer for that community to see the results of the cleanup, longer for that community to have property back on the tax rolls, longer for that property to get redeveloped. So I'm actively looking internally, and then we're going to reach out externally for solutions to speed that up. I think we've done what we've always done, and we sample how we've always sampled, and I think there's newer, better ways to do it now. The old way of sampling is concentric circles. You just keep going out further and further and further. The newer way is you drop a pin, you drop another one, you drop another. You have to keep building these things, which take years to get done. That's one avenue in which we're looking at and speeding these up. So really want to get properties back on tax rolls, help EJ communities, since that's where a lot of these exist. We'll help anybody that has owned one of these properties so that we develop it. It's a win for everybody. And not to mention our staff. Each of our staff have 50+ sites under each group. Giving our levels in those programs, we have about 120 sites in BRP and 120 sites in state cleanup that are just on a shelf waiting until somebody gets to them. So I want to get this turning faster so we can get this sense to our cleanup faster. And then finally, we have been focused on the last 5-6 years on streamlining the agency, leaning heavier into IT, making sure we're transparent so you can see when you submit a document, when you submit a permit, where it is in the process. It's taken forever to get to a point in which I'm satisfied. Part of that is we had to get back a substantial amount of our IT budget during COVID. We had to make a lot of cuts to make sure that, and every agency did. We had a reserve number target because they didn't know what the economy was going to be like. So we gave all that back. So we're leading back into that. We're being asking for some projects through the budgeting process. We really want to get to a place in which people can submit things through a portal, view what they submitted, pay their bills online, see where they're at in the process, and just make it a lot easier for them. Next, programmatic air. Big thing for air is where are we in attendance statuses? We're now down to just 2 areas of the state. Lake Porter's one, and it's only a handful of townships in Lake Porter, and that is the 2015 ozone standard. And then we have one township in Huntington County that is not meeting the SO2 standard. We actually disagreed with EPA how that came to be, but we're working through that. We should have that actually in attainment by the year or very early 2023. We just had recent redesignations. So Lake and Porter County is just this weird beast in which they were not attained for the 2008 standard, and they're also not attained for the 2015, which doesn't make sense. But there was a lawsuit that said that we had to get to the one before we could get to the other, and so we finally got to 2008 off the books, which is great. And then Clark and Floyd County, we just redesignated for the 2015. Awesome. So now, as far as the state's concerned, ozone is, except for the couple townships, like Fort County, we're retaining everything. And then the emission reductions, this goes to the amount, this also goes to all the hard efforts that companies like you and others have done to reduce their emissions. These are, since we started tracking numbers, these are rather large numbers. Sulfur dioxide is the largest, 96%. And that's because most of our utilities are not burning coal. As far as the emissions, in a year's time, because of that drop, there's $1 million. So it's great. It's awesome. And I love pointing to this. Yeah. I love pointing to this when we're told we have the worst air in the country. No, we don't. You know, it's not the same. Keep comparison on hand with the heavy oil industry. We are the most heavy manufacturing state in the country. So what matters is, are we meeting the intent? Yeah, we are. What matters is, are we having massive reduction? Yes, we are. Land, Office of Land Quality. So we have a number of things. I think somebody touched on maybe 1226 a little bit ago, but I'll touch on it a little further. First, coal combustion residuals. That's been a hot topic, especially with the recent decisions EPA has made. We have been closing ponds for a number of years without the rules for close to cutting. And now we are in the process of adopting rules to the permitting program. The utilities did not want to be regulated by both item enclosures and the EPA for permitting. So they put in language 2 years ago, I think, that we had to adopt that program. HEA 1226 this year had a number of different areas. The recycling program was one. We're getting $4 million to, it's kind of like a grant, not really a grant. Wherever the best project is in Indianapolis to improve Indianapolis recycling, and it has to take those recycled materials and dole them out to companies within Indiana. That's the purpose. It changed the definition of solid waste. So prior to this definition change, if you took a recycled material and you were reusing it, you might need a solid waste processing permit. Now, if you take an item and you're reusing it in a process or as part of a product, you don't need a permit. Which I was up and down on. I was trying to get to this place prior to the bill going. The bill just jumped in front of me. I don't know that I would have gone as far as you don't need any oversight once you're dealing with the recycling material. Just because we've been in situations a lot in the past where someone wants to do something and it looks great, sounds good. We go back a year later and there's tons of stuff that they're not using. That's the kind of thing it's trying to avoid. But it got to where it is hazardous waste permitting. The clause in that is if you have a hazardous waste permit and you want to handle solid waste, you do that with a hazardous waste permit. You don't need a solid waste processing permit. And then the final part of that was the 2018 federal solid waste rulemaking did not adopt it. This is how it's implemented. And then finally, our UST program. So this is a program, this and wetlands, I'm most familiar with just because of my time with the legislature and all the fights for bills that we've had to deal with over there. 4 years ago or so, we paid more per site than any other state. For a gas station cleanup. We were the top in the nation. We were over California, we were over New York, we were over Pennsylvania, everywhere. That's a problem. We should not be paying more to clean up the site than the most expensive states. We're paying 500 to 550,000 per site. So we start cracking down on what we're doing. That caused a lot of turmoil. People weren't happy. They liked being paid a lot more. But we have finally gotten to a place in which we're about to know the fact. We can pay about $275,000 per site now, which is way better than the $550,000. That will continue to drop as we get some of our older sites off the books that are on fire. And we'll continue to move the program forward. We're also, this is one of the big programs that we have, an IT project that was able to stay in COVID, and it's going to be top to bottom, everything online, submit online, through this database, Epic, I think it's environmental portal, I don't know. But that's going to be a huge win to be able to move this program and continue. For water, we recently passed this year the water quality standards for metals criteria. That has been something we've been working on for a long time. The big barrier in that is selenium. Selenium is a tricky thing with power plants and people that produce or mine coal. And so once we were able to finally figure out a solution that would work for them, us, and EPA, because all of these have to be approved by EPA, we're able to move that forward. So that is online now. We're putting in permits as permits come up. So we're not going to be reopening up permits as we had said. The bipartisan infrastructure law, it's great. We're focusing in on infrastructure. But it has had a impact on our staff. The 37% increases, this was from SRF program. And what that meant was it went from like 600 million in a year to 1.6 billion in a year for projects. So it's a big deal. So our drinking water projects, our wastewater projects, if you guys have permits in that area, and you're not hearing right away, let Paul or anybody in the branch know. But they are doing the best they can with the increased load. And then finally, in the water, it's wilderness. Waters in the U.S. I've had to go to the chiropractor more times than I'd like for the whiplash. Wilderness. One day it's everything's in, next day it's everything's out. So SCA 389 passed 2 years ago. And that was something we fought pretty hard. It took a rather large shot at our isolated wilderness program. Right after that passed, went effective July 1, August 3rd, the federal court in Arizona struck the Trump era rule, which then put us everything back up in the air, and now we're pre-2015 now, which is significant access. What does that mean? The court knows what it means. So, in Indiana, based on groundwater flow, based on aquifers, rivers, and thermal streams and lakes, we almost connect the entire state top to bottom. So what we've been telling everybody is if you're going to impact a wetland, a stream, a ditch, thermal stream, make sure you don't get jiggly. Get a jurisdictional determination. We're not going to be able to tell you whether it's federal or state. It's always been a federal deal. And now more than ever, we don't know. It really depends. And we had some companies and some industries that had JVs that EPA told them they said, no, we're not. So they're going back and re-looking at those. So if you have a project, make sure you do your due diligence because everything you do with us. And it can change again next year. There's a Supreme Court case that's going to be heard in October, so there should be a decision in the spring, and SEC versus EPA. SEC is on, I don't know, and they're challenging quite a bit of EPA's rights on that they're working on. And Martin Clark, my assistant commissioner, won read the case and seems to believe that SEC has a pretty good case, and it could end up being more like West Virginia versus EPA. That makes a decision. So there could be more changes coming. And then finally, from IDEM, I don't need to cover the 4 million. Environmental justice. I'm going to get back. Our program in the agency is called the Environmental Stakeholder Inclusion Program. It's a neat little way to say DJ without saying DJ, because that's been a hot button issue that people don't want to. It's becoming more than normal, which is good. So what are we doing as a state? Well, I'm definitely not looking at making permits harder. Environmental justice really quickly turn into economic justice if we're not careful. And so companies and whoever, industries need to be able to locate and get permits because that provides the jobs for these people to get out of the situation. While we also need to attack contamination. So I hired an individual in Northwest Indiana because that's where our large population of DJ areas are. And his whole role is communication outreach to the communities. I know safety duties, I know Northwest Indiana Forum, I know all the big industrial people. They know how to get a hold of me. Who I don't know are those community leaders. I don't know their activist groups. And most of the time, those folks, I just sat down with one from Martinsville 2 weeks ago. Their idea of what we do, what we can do is so skewed because they don't understand where our limitations are. So with this, Raheem, right? What Raheem's going to do is he's not only going to meet with them and find out where their issues are, but he's also going to sit down and say, hey, here's our limitations. We can go beyond that. Here are the things you can do as a community to go beyond. And we're also hiring somebody here in Indianapolis, in our central location. His name's Herb. He's bilingual, Spanish, and he is going to help us with communication in other languages and kind of doing the same thing that he's going to be doing in but he's also going to be working on when we need DJ analysis is done, because the kid is asking for us to do, he's going to do those. We're also looking at enforcement. What does enforcement look like with the DJ rights to it? Should that be a factor when we look at penalties? One of the things I really want to push towards is supplemental environmental projects. More than just having, at one point I was thinking about an amplifier, percentage increase in fine if you're in the DJ area, but the machinations of getting that to the community are horrible. There's so much work that we have to do to make that happen. So I really am going to push toward supplemental environmental projects. What can you do for that community? And not only just re-engage in the community, but helps the community with whatever there is. So that's something we're actively talking about now, and we'll be involving external stakeholders once we make some decisions on the path we can go. And then finally, some things to look out for that are coming from the feds. Regional haze, I don't know if it affects many of you, but We're tied to Main State Kentucky. That's the big regional base cycle. We have to implement or update our plan every 5 years, I think. Well, this year, we updated our plan, but then EPA changed the game a little bit, wanted more than what we've ever given for every state. And so they denied every state implementation plan. So now EPA is going to come out with a fifth federal implementation plan. And I think that's what we're going to go off to implement with this. Ozone transport, good neighborhood. This usually only apply to really utilities. The current rule is opening up to steel mills, cement kilns, boundaries, tons more, have large impact. So we provided comments to the rule. And so have many of the other industries, and this one would likely bring a lawsuit. So we'll see what happens. What is covered? EJ covered. The lead copper rule, we're finishing that rule this year. It has needed updating for a decade, and they're trying to get around to it, which is good. Part of that goes to the bipartisan infrastructure law, all the money they were spending for lead line replacements and updating. So make sure you keep up with that one. And then rules concerning PFAS are coming as well. I hope to have drinking water standard by the end of 2023, and then a cleanup standard shortly thereafter. So with that, thank you. I hope I provided enough questions. Yeah.
Well, maybe not necessarily a question, but just comments. I do like that we're leveraging Marion County some of the recycle programs. I don't think you can underestimate the value of private industry as well. We're always looking for groups to partner with. Our company does a natural resource fund where we compete against other experts in locations, right? To find projects and right now there's not a great leverage in our state to do that. Maybe Purdue or somebody, but I mean, there's money there, and I would love to see it go into the state of Indiana to help us versus Sweden or the sites we compete. So I think the more you reach out to private industry, there could be resources there, people, expertise. To help.
That's a great point. So the second part of that bill, they actually come from Kicking. So actually really was pushed by the last company here in Shelby. And they came to me with the idea, like, yeah, sounds great. I'll put money to it. So the 4 million, that was my contribution. The rest is industry. But we've had a number of people come and talk to us and say, hey, what do you think about this? And I keep telling them, you need to get as many people together to have the greatest impact. And that is what the board is looking for. The more you can have substantial impact across Indianapolis, the better you're going to package score. Because if you just focus on glass and you just focus on paper, cardboard, you're not going to get there. And we have some pretty big like Penske and Andretti Motorsports and some big race people are willing to tap into this. And unfortunately, the way the language is written, there's no action to it. So hopefully, we can't force it. Hopefully, people will be bringing, because $4 million will not go. Hopefully, people will be bringing their own match to it, so we can really make this a great thing for it. It's fine. Thank you. Well, yeah.
Thank you for presenting today. Appreciate you taking time out of your day to do this. I might be the only person in the room who doesn't understand what regional haze refers to in this federal initiative. especially how it ties to MLK.
So regional haze is a better, and I'm gonna botch a lot of this. 'Cause, I'm probably only know a little bit more than you. It's the idea that if there's enough pollution, our landmarks will be harder to see when you're in. So Mammoth Cave is a landmark, and because of the way emissions go and how wind takes it, Indiana can have an impact on. Another area that may soon be in that boat is the new federal doomsday park, or not state park, national park, right? So they want those areas, they want every area, but they have a specific rule, regional pace that deals with national. But it's a lot to do about, I mean, it's a good thing that we want our national things to be visible. It's a lot to do about that. The end date for making all the regional pays is like 75. So nobody really cares. They do, but it's, you know, it's one of those things you check out the box.
Despite all your issues, like the rest of us are having with staffing and things like that, I'd just like to make a comment. We've had Caterpillar Lafayette. We've been doing a ton of project work things where our permits are getting updated, you know, time and time again. And I would just like to say that your staff is on top of it. I mean, there's been a lot of staffing changes within that area, and they haven't seemed to skip a beat, you know, and keep it going along.
That's good. That's good to hear. I had an industry day in Chicago. We did a different industry a couple of weeks ago. And like this town I heard was constantly up against. Every time I turn around, our inspectors have no idea what they're walking into. They don't have any of this sort of knowledge. So that's good. And even though things are shifting. Yeah.
At what point would be a good time, and we may not gauge, especially when you're talking about all the changes in staffing? Because I know now, a lot of our inspectors that will come into our facility, or we would no longer be able to see or move to different positions. Is there any good time to get an update on who that person might be?
Your inspector?
Yeah.
I would say, so.
Well, part of the program, one of the perks that you get, you should be able to pick your inspector on that laptop window. Because, yeah.
So,
Never know it could be a winner. So, but if we just knew who they were or who the individual was.
so I would reach out, depending what kind of person, right? Land, reach out to Lori, she's our new branch chief. If it's water, Jason House. If it's air, Jonas, Johnson. Reach out to them. And they'll be able to tell you, your particular permit, compliance person is permitting. It is, Jerry Denver in water, Robert Feller in land, and Jenny Hacker in air. They'll be able to help you figure out who has you now. Thank you.
Now, add to, I just reached out to our regional office for item, for that very same question, and was able to get on the phone with our intern inspector for that same call.
Yeah, if you're in a regional area, that question is a lot easier. Just reach out to the regional office director, and they'll get, their offices are a lot smaller, they can point you to the right person.
I think Gene can sound out, you know, the branch chiefs with respect to the all their contacts. So,
Yeah, there is there is an online map, that, I don't know how frequently that is.
It's not.
That's why we kind of shy away from that, but it has been updated. Our CTAC staff are updated on it. But as far as others, if we are only provided the section sheet up to, for ESP members now. We are only provided the section sheet to give you as the consistent piece in that, because it has changed too.
And even the second sheets.
Yeah.
When the leadership, I don't have one, there's a second sheet, and that would be a long list.
But if we can, for no other, if everything else fails, then it will be a person that will be assistant there.
So I have a question with regard, I want to open Pandora box.
Good.
I'm just like, the issue that many of us are having, I know we're having the issue is plastic recycling.
Okay.
The biggest issue we have plastic recycling is right now is just the fact that there's not a lot of individuals out there saying, oh, we can do something with that. Right? Now we're gonna go PFAS and get away and talk away. And when we do that, it's gonna make it very difficult even for us to say, oh, we're gonna send this to a recycler. We don't know exactly how they're going to take it after it's a raw material.
Right.
And so has the state thought about how that piece is going to play out for recycling? Or is that something you're going to get to?
So, PFAS, people at all. So we had to respond to something this week, south of Walmart. And the only reason we found out about it is the utility tools, they can hit in the wrong, so they're extreme. The level you're getting to is much further down the road, in which we're looking at where do things go, how do we get there? Because eventually it's gonna be a hazardous waste, so there's gonna be tracking that goes along with it, it'll be creating a great product. And it's in everything. So, we're not there. A lot of other states are closer to that, because they have legislatures that are really in tune with what's going on. We're just starting to talk to our legislature about it, and what the hell's that, right? What is it? Do I care? No, okay. They're focused on other things. So, once standards are coming in place, we'll have a better understanding of that. So I'm a member of the Environmental Council of the States. It's all state commissioners and directors from the entire country. We get together twice a year. The repeating theme for the last 5 years has been PFAS. The new thing is EJ, but PFAS. And it's, everybody recognizes no matter what we do, it's just going to circle back in. We have people magnifying sludges from wastewater treatment plants. That all has PFAS in it. It's back in the groundwater, it's back here. It's just never any cycle. The landfill, it's into the wastewater and goes out the door. So we have to figure out something that's how to put a break in that cycle. Because we can't keep going this way if we're going to start making it.
And to that, because it's the other issue, of course, that we look at it from the standpoint of risk.
Oh, yeah.
Right? And so from a company's perspective, if you know for a fact that regulations are coming in for a potential ingredient of something like plastic, and it's in now basically all plastics. The next question is, if you've ever been associated with Superfund, this is one of those situations that you may not see it during our career, but somebody down the line is going to see it in their career.
Yeah.
With regard to, what you put out as recyclable, with a good intent, but unfortunately, because of some of the bad players inside that recyclable, you can still be held. So I'm wasting a little bit now, but it's concerned.
No, that's, it is, and it was super point, that's super fun point. I hope we have a better, way of paying for this than this. That takes forever. It's a good program. States, communities don't have to pay for it. That takes forever. It's talking about, combination of it now, it's TC, PC, PERC, lead, that kind of stuff. That's easy compared to heat pumps. When we're talking about parts per million, parts per billion, this stuff parts per trillion. You can't, forward is the new health advisory, you can't measure forward. So this is in a world that nobody's walking in, and we're gonna wait to get that for this. We're talking $500 billion and costs. It's gonna be insane. There's no way the country can handle that. We gotta deal with it differently. We gotta figure out how to stop it and figure out a better way to dispose of it so that we don't continually have this cycle that has problems. Minnesota got a $500 million lawsuit settlement with, I think, with three. They were one of the major players. That will be a drop in the bucket with the contamination they had in Minnesota. We want to be close. What about some good news? Yeah, right now. This one I walked into, weather was. Anything else?
Thank you for supporting this program.
Absolutely.
We really appreciate the time and the put into it. We have one more conversation. Annual basis. Actually, you were at the site conference, so it's the second or third time that we have. And we appreciate you spending the time with the community and understanding their kind of.
Well, I appreciate you guys. We don't make a lot of the changes that are made in the you all. And others, whatever the thing is. So it really is kind of you guys to make a lasting impression. I really do appreciate it. Good question.
Comment, question. So truly appreciate the online permitting application and especially stormwater, groundwater, construction at this point. Good, made life a lot easier to go back and find things.
That's an environment, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Appreciate that. I love seeing the use of technology continue to move forward. On the flip side of that, it's 2020. Why do I have to call and find a newspaper to post a public notice? I have to find someone that works in an office somewhere. Some communities don't have a local paper yet. Down southern, it's called.
So, we do have, I just looked at, we just had a legislative meeting, yesterday about, my legislative director and some others, were pitching ideas to me. Before we submit to the governor's office, I took a look. And one of them was, as much as we can as possible, make everything online, right? Problem is, we do still have some in Water Act, Rick Road, none of those things have ever been amended, at least since 1990. Those still have mandatory reporting and newspaper, which is ridiculous. But hopefully we'll be able to clear up most of that. It won't probably take effect until July 1, so if you have anything in the meantime, I'm sorry. That's an easy thing that we're working on. Okay. I don't know who reads newspapers. Janet Kay does. Janet Kay. She's the number 2 PTA. I ran into her at the airport, and she had a legitimate newspaper that you start, that she's reading. You can get this on your iPad.
When I'm done reading it, it's on my desk. Come and read it.
It's not worth the read. All right, guys, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Welcome back, everybody. You had a great lunch and can speak with your fellow ESP cohorts here. And we appreciate you coming back and joining us for our next session. And we have Pamela Cooper, Griesmer. So sorry. She has been working in this realm for quite some time, and she currently serves as the president of Lone Star Signal Partners. They are ESG advisory headquartered in Indianapolis, and wants to just provide a niche for consulting services related to sustainability. And prior to that, prior to that, she has worked with for quite some time. Has many degrees, and I'm not belabor this. Welcome, Pamela, and thank you so much for being with us today. Appreciate your time, effort. If you'd like to tell us more about your background, please.
Thank you for having me here, Jennifer and team. And thank you all for your attention for the next hour. I hope you add value to your time here today. So a speaker is always told to know their audience, right? So I did a little research on the ESP members and I just looked all that common. Well, your sectors, they range through all of them. We've got industrial machinery, building materials, pharmaceuticals, transportation. So there wasn't really a common thread there. Your companies, about 30 of you are publicly traded. A few of you are employee owned, the rest are either private equity or private held. So there wasn't really a common thread there to draw from. In terms of geography, some of you are US based with headquarters in Indiana, some not. Some of you are also owned by a parent company that may be so there's common ground there. Where did this go?
Point it to the notes and then. Yeah.
I don't know.
It's just there.
I know you're all in suspense. What do we have in common, right? Then I did a little investigating to see where you all were in terms of your sustainability reporting. Some of you are well Some of you don't even have the word sustainability on your list. No shame there, no shame there. There's a lot of reasons why you have that word on your website. So what do you have in common? Well, you all share, your companies and you all share a value, and that is the ES part. So you're all PHS rock stars who participate in this program. So as a resident with kids here in the meeting, I really appreciate that. But I would say that great diversity among you in terms of sector, geography, ownership structure, kind of stage of your journey means sustainability is so different for each one of you. And for me to get up here and give you a definition of sustainability would just be impractical, not very useful. It's far too nuanced a concept to really even attempt to do that. But what we will do, we will talk about ESG, how each of you can reframe your EHS goals to adapt to demands, reporting one of those demands, which you probably have already encountered, embrace new ways to create value for your organization and capitalize on this opportunity to thrive professionally. So individually, it's a great opportunity as an EHS professional. So here's what we're going to talk about for the next hour. So let's all get on the same page about what ESG is and why it's so popular. We're going to talk about ESG by framing it in EHS terms. And we're going to ask you to pivot from only mandatory reporting, or mostly mandatory reporting, to a reporting strategy that includes voluntary reporting with a strategy. I'm going to ask you to pivot from a near-term mindset, kind of like compliance date after compliance date after compliance date, to one that supports a broader, resilient strategy, including risk identification and assessment and opportunities. Whenever I say risk, I'm also going to try to mention opportunities because there's a lot of opportunities in EHS, ESG. And then probably my favorite section to talk about today will be to leverage your expertise as EHS professionals. And I'm going to offer two ways you can do that. There's probably a lot more, and maybe already exploring those. But certainly during the ESG data assurance process, I don't know if you're aware of what that is, but we'll talk about it. And then to inform top management and the board of directors. There's a tremendous amount of expectations out there now for boards and management to understand ESG. And we need your help to do so. So let's get through that today. If you're like me, it helps out a mental model of some abstract concepts. And as for the concept of sustainability, you all are probably pretty sick of the one on the left. The Venn diagram here really that evokes sort of this conflict, this tension between those three elements, nature, society, and economy. And really the only place where they are in harmony is this tiny little place in the middle. I don't know that that's very productive, or sets you up to be optimistic or think more innovative thoughts about sustainability. Well, good news, we moved past the diagram. We're now really adopting the nested circle model in the middle, where a thriving economy lives inside of a healthy society, which lives inside of a healthy environment. So we see there that sort of speaks to sort of the philosophy of the ESP program. It's understanding that the economy, our manufacturing sector in the state, which is so important, really relies on a healthy society and healthy nature, healthy environment. I think the last report I read, either the 50% of the world's GDP depends on moderately or highly on nature. So that's a pretty big economic reason to care about the environment. The diagram on the far right is not sustainability, it's ESG. And I think it does a good job of kind of differentiating the two. ESG is more of a approach to reporting on material topics. The material topics are derived from this understanding of how your economy or your business relies on society and relies on nature. And that was adopted by the Financial Stability Board back in 2017, I think it is, when they were developing the TCFD. It's the Task Force for Climate-Related Financial Disclosures. And they were helping companies understand how to think about risks and opportunities related to climate and how to put a strategy around those risks. how to, what sort of metrics and targets to set and report out on. That same organizational framework is really useful for all kinds of material topics that you might need to discuss about as you're talking about what sustainability means to your organization. So try to keep those two nested circle diagrams in your mind as we talk about sustainability and then ESG. I may not even bring the word sustainability again because we're really talking about ESG today. All right. So this slide maybe a little controversial. Sustainability within an organization often lives in a department or a function known as CSR, corporate social responsibility. And I don't want to get into the semantics of it. Let's just all agree that corporate social responsibility is more of an idea that you, your organization takes part in philanthropic activities. Often it's a nonprofit company that may have a foundation. Unfortunately, CSR is often funded like that too. It's more, after you've earned your profit, what's left over? Can you reinvest that money into projects for employee engagement or for the community? So it's pretty lean generally. Very often, those projects are free as giving back to the community. Often they're voluntary and volunteer driven. Maybe a green team exists to kind of brainstorm and pick up those projects. And really, those projects often are, they're external facing, community facing. They're tree planting, community cleanups, and food drives and social activities in there can be possible. So let's contrast that with this idea of ESG. So think about CSR as being more after your profits are earned, how will you give back to the community? ESG is more of how you earn your profits. It's more of the way you operate. It's often defined by topics that are material to the well-being of the business. So that term material will come back and talk about that a little bit more today. It's essential to understanding what ESG is built of. It's generally framed as a proxy for good financial management. ESG metrics are an industry in their own, because there are a lot of decision space under industry chief performance, whether it's procurement, vendor qualifications, whether it's investors being interested in your company, because ESG performance is a proxy for financial management. Often, the ESG team is a cross-functional team. Very often, folks like you, EHS folks, maybe there's HR, procurement, communications, maybe you have a CSO, let's see a lot of those actually. But then hopefully maybe there's a board member or a champion from the board or executive management that can be part of that ESG team. And it's funded after. It's funded like it's a priority to the company. It's funded like it's a reflection of your operations. So that's kind of the key differentiator. And really the sustainability, it's kind of sustainability 2.0. It's those material topics that are based on what needs to happen in the environment and society for your company to perform better, to thrive. So think again about nested circle diagram. And then those projects that the ESG team implements are generally tracked and reported to a certain number of stakeholders. So try to keep those two concepts separate, CSR versus ESG, for sake of our discussion today. They may be a little more combined in your organization, and there's room for both. I'm not trying to denigrate the purpose of CSR. There's definitely room for that, but there's distinct differences. All right, so let's talk a little bit more about ESG and this term materiality. Topics are material if they significantly impact the business. So we're not looking so much at those topics that impact things outside the business, mostly impact the business and its ability to thrive and be resilient. Oftentimes those topics have a high cost, maybe highly regulated, have a high risk associated with them, maybe highly visible. So those material topics, if you are a publicly traded company, chances are you could read your 10K and read about a bunch of risks that are elevated to the level of being material. Some of those risks may be related to ESG topics and then HSE topics. You may be able to read in your 10K that you run a risk of severe weather or extreme heat or droughts. Those start to tie back into HSE and ESG risks. So if you're starting to try to navigate how your company has evaluated material topics, you might start seeing hints of those in the 10K. As a publicly traded company, these are obliged to report those risks out to their investors. So you'll see risks that rise above a certain threshold of risk in the 10K. If you're not a publicly traded company, how do you know what your material topics are? Your company may have performed a materiality assessment. Sometimes that can be a pretty long, drawn-out process, lots of stakeholder engagement, lots of analysis. Or maybe you're just in the process of it. And maybe, I would say, that list can change over time. Materiality is somewhat dynamic. Risks that were considered no risk, a couple of years ago, may be considered a high risk today. So topics are material also important to key stakeholders. And I've just got a couple, some bullets up here of various stakeholders. But the two in orange, I'm going to spend a little bit more time today talking about as key stakeholders that may almost tell you what your material topics are, because if it's material to your key stakeholders, it's probably not material to you. Or at least there's an expectation that you're going to report out your performance on those topics. And then the last here, material topics are often subject to governance practices. So as your company, and as you develop this inventory of material topics, and socialize those, integrate those into management practices, you're going to see sort of evolution of internal controls, auditing different functions that follow the recognition of those topics as being material. So you're going to see kind of this whole movement, which you may have already seen that whole movement happen around ESG, specifically as material topics. So let's be thinking about these material topics. And again, these are things in the environment and society that the economics of your company are dependent upon. And you don't have to start with a blank slate. There are a lot of great resources out there that give you guidance on how to kind of narrow down this universe of topics that could possibly be material to you. This one is a popular kind of traditional with the E, the S, and the G kind of segmented there. This is the Forum for Responsible Investing gave us this one. You all probably have seen this one, maybe a little different format. It's the Sustainable Development Goals. So that's a really great place to start if you're just on that, the beginning of that journey about what are our material topics. But then there's also another one that the folks at the Sustainability Accounting Standards Board gave us, where they take the topics and bucket them into like 5 categories that kind of makes sense to the business. And within those 5 categories, there are 26 topics. SASB goes another step further and gives guidance to about 70 distinct industries on what their research has found are material topics. So if you've got access to the SASB standards, check out what your industry topics lists are. Be helpful, and it's very rational, it's very well cited and backed up. Of course, it's not a mandate. You can expand on the list that SASB gives you, or you can say, oh, a couple of these don't really apply to us. It's not strict in that regard. So we've talked about the what, let's talk about the why. If you have investors, you're publicly traded, this why is really earth shaking. So think about this. In 1975, only 17% of the assets in the S&P 500 were intangible, but as recently as 2015, 84% of the assets were intangible. So there's been a huge shift in the way companies are valued. So when market valuations are increasingly based on intangibles, such as intellectual capital, customer relationships, vendor relationships, brand value, those traditional financial statements tell less and less of the story. So today, non-financial performance, those are those ESG metrics and your performance on ESG is being used as a proxy for financial performance, or at least as a leading indicator for it. ESG turns out to be a better mousetrap, for those who are analyzing companies for investment, asset management, investors. So there's a huge demand for ESG pre-financial data, and there's a pretty big industry that's built up around that. I'll give you a screenshot here. So here's just a bunch of logos of companies that really have a business model around either gathering, mining those ESG metrics, or helping your customers or your investors mine them. So you may have participated in a survey or a questionnaire that was branded with one of these names, and they're going to take your ESG data and turn it into a rating or a ranking or some kind of advice for investors or asset management companies based on your pre-financial data, your ESG data. A little more on that. Asset managers, investors use your ESG data as a proxy for corporate governance, a proxy for environmental management. Your jobs, your performance, they're literally using data points in this ESG framework to evaluate your company's environmental performance. For investment decision ideas, to create financial products, they take a lot of this data and put it into these complex proprietary algorithms. Out comes this rating or this ranking of, maybe a silver or a gold measure or a letter grade or a 1 out of 100 ranking, numerical ranking. And they sell those to investors, asset management companies. So there's a lot of money being made off of your ESG metrics. So that's why they're getting, a lot of requests for it and a lot of expectations for how quickly you can turn those out. They use this data to construct kind of risk assessment of their own portfolios. They use topics that come up in ESG metric gathering as topics for shareholder resolutions and engagement campaigns. Not a very pleasant thing to be a part of if you've ever had to deal with that. And then some of these organizations are only interested in a subset of data. For example, CDP has pretty much said climate change is a material topic to everybody, whether it is or isn't. So they're really only interested in a subset of data. They've got other questionnaires that are a little less extreme. So the other half of why ESG is important and why it's so popular is another stakeholder, it's your customers. They're already disclosing their ESG performance, and they are their investors and their customers are making them increasingly accountable for their supply chain's material impacts. So it's just, cascading kind of down the supply chain and landing at your feet. What is material to those customers becomes material to you. So that whole idea of doing a materiality assessment, you can do it in a silo, but you probably ought to be looking at what your customers think is material too. And a lot of that information is publicly available. They've published the results of various questionnaires. They've published maybe a standalone sustainability report. Usually those more mature reporting functions make a lot of this information public. They get points in those ratings and rankings for making them public. So there's a reason why that information is public. So transparency is a big aspect of ESG. And then these are just some statistics that CDP published a year or so ago, talking about what is it within the supply chain. For the average company, supply chain emissions are about 11.4 times greater than direct emissions. Companies face 120 billion with a B of increased costs from environmental risks in their supply chain within 5 years, and this was 2 years ago. And then disclosing suppliers reported 619 million metric tons of annual emissions savings, while saving over $33.7 billion. So we'll talk a little bit about that cost savings piece in a minute. That's a little bit we should know about. So your investors and customers are driving voluntary ESG reporting via disclosure platforms and meeting supplier sustainability surveys. So you probably are getting those. If you're not, you probably have to ask them and find out who it is, because your impacts are their impacts. If they have set a science-based target, it's all the rage now. They may have committed to reducing the greenhouse gas emissions of their suppliers. So your scope 1 and 2 emissions are their scope 3, which they have committed publicly to reduce. So that means we're putting pressure on you all to at least measure your scope 1 and 2, definitely report it, if you've measured it, and then start taking action to reduce. Customers are making their ESG disclosures a requirement for doing business with them. Some of them are setting actual thresholds. Disclosure sometimes is enough. Filling out the form and sending it back, and you never hear another word about it. You continue to do business with that customer. Some companies are raising the bar and saying you have to achieve a certain level of performance on those disclosures. Again, getting a silver or gold ranking, getting a certain letter grade on a particular disclosure platform. So that we're only seeing that kind of ramp up. It's not going the other way. It's not going away at all. So some stakeholders are even asking about the ESG competence of your board. We saw in the CDP disclosure this year that literally asked, do you have a board member who is competent on ESG matters? And what is your criteria for determining their competency? So we're going to see more expectations around the competence of the board. That'll play into one of the recommendations later on. What do you need to do about all of this? Well, I think the first thing, if you haven't already, I've heard a lot of discussion about reporting earlier today. You'll need to pivot from only mandatory reporting to a reporting strategy that includes voluntary reporting. Some of you are the most experienced reporters there will ever be, and the reporting burden on you just is already one of the greatest. Yes, I'm asking you to strategize to report more. Not probably a popular opinion, there's some value in it, but it's a pretty question. You're probably already suffering from reporting fatigue. I get it. We're going to try to get some more resources to do that. And I'm not asking you to respond to every survey. I'm asking you to have a strategy about it. So let's talk about that a little bit. So what is your strategy, or how do you even develop a strategy for voluntary ESG reporting? Prioritize your stakeholders. Not all stakeholders are equal. Your key investors, your key customers are going to definitely be top priority. And you might want to consider how much work you do with a particular customer. If they are pressuring you to disclose when you're not ready, when you lose that account for a year, that just may have to happen. Or you can get the resources to actually, perform adequately on that disclosure that they're asking for. Is disclosure a requirement for doing business with them? We're seeing it more and more. What's the return on investment of the resources needed? Every project you implement, you probably have to develop sort of a calculation on the return on investment, right? Payback period has to be within a certain range. I know that range has changed over the years. What is the return on investment of the resources needed to adequately report out your ESG? Be a part of that conversation because those are resources that you're going to need to do a great job with it. Sometimes those requests come on behalf of an entire cohort of stakeholders. You have an entire group of investors that are using one of those platforms to request information. CDP is popular with that. Maybe it's a whole group of customers that use one platform to request information. Those are great opportunities to just do the process once and reach a lot of investors or a lot of stakeholders. So those might be opportunities to include in your strategy for voluntary ESG reporting. If you reach a lot with just one or two disclosures. Another thing you want to think about in your strategy is will that report get scored and will that score be made public? Oftentimes the platforms will allow you maybe 1 or 2 years to not make your score public. Others, make them public the day that they issue the score. Can you understand the methodology by which they're using to score you? Can you apply that understanding and mock score your first draft and see how you might perform? Maybe you can by a year's time and use that year to plan to perform better next year when you actually want to maybe submit that report. So consider, definitely don't overlook the scoring aspect of it. With the transparency now that's expected of ESG performance, we're seeing a little bit more movement on transparency on scoring methodology. Used to, that was all black box, but now thankfully, companies that are issuing those ratings rankings are being a little more transparent about how to do that. How do your peers perform? Again, a lot of this information is public. Go take, peers, competitors, nice with that word, look at how they're performing, read their reports, see how they're doing. Maybe use that as an opportunity to not only kind of think about your approach, if you've not, reported before, but how you need to score to really maybe take a competitive advantage there. Is there a threshold above which you must score? And then what is the scope of the ESG data request? And some of them are more extensive than others. Some of them are more difficult to navigate than others. Some of them are only asking for a portion of your business. Some of them are asking for your data company-wide. So really, try to inventory all of these requests that are coming to you and understand the scope of the data request. Sometimes they will ask you to only report on specific SKUs of products that you sell. Some of them will ask you just for specific topics, maybe just climate change related performance. Some of them are much more broad and will ask you about economic and governance and social aspects too. Some of them have a hard and fast deadline. Some of them have a rolling deadline and are easy to get extensions. And then some of them are just new cumbersome when it comes to logging in, bringing a team into that portal generally, and then the review process. What does your company require for an audit maybe once you have completed a draft of your assessment? So they're all aspects that need to go into your reporting strategy. So a lot of work to build that strategy and realize that. So here are 4 examples of common ESG data request platforms. The first one I'll talk about is Project Gigaton. If you are a supplier to Walmart, your information will be coming next September. This is an example of a portal. You have to have login credentials, go through multi-factor authentication, try to kind of understand their structure. They make available webinars and calculators and different tools on the inside of this portal that you can use. But even sharing that with team members can be a little bit difficult. They are looking at 6 pillars of ESG: energy, nature, waste, packaging, transportation, and product use and design. So all of that's probably in your field house. So this may be one that you want to pay attention to if you are a supplier to Sam's Club or Walmart. CDP is another popular one. It is really ramped up. They marketed this platform worldwide pretty heavily the last few years, and they've developed a really robust supply chain program. So those are the Fords, the GMs, the AT&Ts, the Microsofts that are now using this platform to request your climate change data, almost 100%, sometimes forestry data, and sometimes water security data. But it is a pretty valuable platform to use to disclose. It does have a public or private reporting option. They do grade you. The grading is pretty tough, but it's a one and done. You can use this to report, and a lot of your stakeholders will accept this as your report. Keep in mind, though, it's a very narrow subject matter. So it's not necessarily anything on the social or governance side. A little bit more governance, but not super robust there. Here's another one you may have been asked to participate in. Recently, they've made a huge marketing effort too. This one's customer requested, and the 4 dimensions are broad. So you have environment, ethics, labor, human rights, and then sustainable procurement. They give you a score for each one of those subcategories, and then they roll it all up into a top number for which then they give you a gold or bronze or platinum, different kind of scoring. And that changes, that bar changes every year. So if you got silver last year, it doesn't necessarily guarantee that the same kind of submittal will earn you a silver for this year. And then this is very document heavy. They ask you to upload policies, presentations, certifications, lots of documents are required to populate this library, this document library. And then all of these documents have criteria. They need to be dated, they need to be on your letter. So there's a lot of detail that you have to pay attention to do well on Equibias. And it is an annual. Once you're in it, they're going to ask you for something every year. So that library stays intact from year to year. So some of the documents may get updated, but also policies may just get kind of reviewed once a year. So in that regard, it's got a nice library that you can use to help your performance next time. give you some feedback that's somewhat detailed. Of course, they charge you for more detailed feedback. Fourth one is the S&P Global, it's the CSA. And this is very much investor requested. This earns you a spot on the Dow Jones. Otherwise, it does compare you to peers in your sector. Some of these reporting portals do differentiate by sector. Some of them don't. S&P Global does, the CSA, and it is a very broad and extensive assessment. It has topics within governance and economic, and then subtopics, and then subtopics within that. So again, it requires a lot of document upload and evidence and public evidence of various policies and performance. Got an environmental section, I'm showing you the topics of the environmental section. Each one of those opens up to, anywhere from 4 to 8 additional questions. And then it's got a social section that is similarly intense. So any of you here participate in any of those? Quick show of hands. Yeah, a handful of folks. Yeah. So for the rest of you, you probably asked some questions. In your organization, have we been receiving these in particular? They're definitely some of the most popular that we're seeing out there. And figure out, who might be getting these requests and is anybody responding to them? There are a few of these frameworks that even if you don't voluntarily participate, they will go out into the public domain and get this information on you and come up with a grade or a rating that you have nothing to do with. And that's not, doesn't always turn out well for companies. So who might receive one of these, requests for ESG reporting? It might be somebody in the marketing department. If it's a customer-driven disclosure, it may be the account manager or your key individual that's managing that account with that particular customer. And they may complete it thinking it's sort of a marketing exercise. Well, it's not. This, again, is a big business. There's a lot of effort to verify this data. And it's really it's a bruise on your reputation if you are found to have elaborated a little bit too much on some of the performance. So definitely have some oversight there. The procurement department for sure is receiving these along with other supplier requirements. The HS department, very popular group of folks to receive these requests, especially the ones that are very environmental focused, as you might imagine. The folks that investor relations are certainly getting these. Sometimes they don't recognize them because they sort of look like sales pitches from the S&Ps and their providers. So it's a little, sometimes their messaging is a little bit fuzzy. Someone who has retired from the organization, it's a dead email address so that request isn't ever getting to anyone. It may have come to you, but this is not a known sender, so maybe it's your spam folder. And then some of these companies are really aggressive, and they will literally email board members, or the president, the CEO, to try to get you to respond. Again, there's a lot of money being made off of this data, so they're going to have to be aggressive trying to get you to disclose. But oftentimes, it's the person who did it last year, who never told you about it, or worse, it's the person who waits till the last minute to let you know they need your help. I'm sorry that happens. That's why I'm advising you. If you're not hearing about these, definitely get ahead of them. Ask questions. Very misleading. So when you approach one of these ESG reporting efforts, you may have received that email, right? What do you do about that? You probably ought to convene a conversation with management, with folks that could possibly give you additional resources to complete it. ESG is top of their mind often, and maybe they're not aware of the intensity of that request cycle for ESG data. So you definitely want to use that as an opportunity to say, hey, do we have an ESG reporting team? I need to either lead that or be part of that, and the beneficiaries and the resources that back that up. And when you have that conversation, you may be needing to bring folks in who are subject matter experts across the company. If it's a broad assessment, you may need folks in legal, in HR, in CSR department, to help you. And if you want to get this moving, you're gonna probably articulate the benefit of reporting to each of those folks, to get them to, bring their resources, and B, authentically participating in the disclosure process. So here's a list of benefits of ESG disclosure. A lot of these results in dollars. Competitive advantage, if you score better than a peer, that may result in preferential vendor status for a particular customer. Enhanced reputation, again, thinking about the intangibles, that value of the market, that are part of the value of the market, that reputation actually has a dollar figure associated with it. You may actually improve employee loyalty and talent attraction, so that engagement with your peers. I'll say later, engage your young people on this. They love this stuff. So get them involved. There's definitely a feeling of satisfaction for being part of the ESG reporting effort. Expanded revenue growth, you might, through the process, recognize an opportunity to offer a product or a service that actually helps alleviate some of the material impacts that your customer is having. Maybe you can reimagine your packaging or the efficiency of a product. And that may give you a little bit more of a market share. Of course, improve risk management, resilience. You can't manage what you don't measure. A lot of these metrics may not be actively measured. Once you start that, then you have a upper hand on being able to manage whatever risk comes along with that. And whatever risks you identify gives you an opportunity to embed that into company strategy to be more resilient and be able to manage those risks better. Reduce costs. And I'm going to caution you on this one. Walmart is notorious for this. When you get invited to do the gigaton disclosure, they want to know, has this reduced the cost of your production? Well, guess what? They're going to want a reduction in the cost they pay you for that product. So don't necessarily lead with reduced costs. I know that's sometimes one of the reasons we do promote a project, right? Is it's going to reduce the cost. That may not be the top driver for ESG performance and metrics. And in fact, with some customers, I would caution you against thinking of that because they're going to ask for better pricing. And then access to technical resources. Some of these platforms are really elaborate, really fantastic tools, calculators, guidance, better than what you might just find out there on the internet by Googling. These are protected, proprietary often, and there's usually been a lot of money spent making them really user-friendly and really up to date. So participating in some of these platforms gives you access to those tools, which you can obviously use those platforms once you have learned about how to use them and where they are. Bottom line is, when you do better, they do better. So your investors are going to reward you, and your customers are going to reward you. And those are just great reasons to participate strategically in voluntary ESG reporting. All right, so the second pivot I'm going to ask you to consider is move from a short-term mindset where you're maybe chasing a compliance deadline to one that supports a broader resilience strategy, which includes your role in ESG risk assessment and identification, opportunities too, of course. So your stakeholders are expecting ESG risks to be included in the company-wide risk assessment. So what is your company's process for risk assessment? And does your company use risk assessment to craft long-term business strategies? So generally, I see these three types. Sometimes it's not just one or the other, sometimes it's multiple, sometimes it's all three. So ask yourself, which ones of these are you participating in? Maybe annually, maybe every other year. Maybe an insurance company-led risk assessment. Truly, the goal of that is to obviously sell you more insurance, right? So it's generally focused on things that they can insure. There are a lot of ESG risks that are hard to insure, so ESG risks generally don't show up too much in an insurance company-led risk assessment. Enterprise-wide integrated annual process, that's the Cadillac or the Lexus, or whatever your preferred luxury brand is. Vehicle that really does a robust effort of reaching out to subject matter experts around the company, drawing in those risks, identifying them, assessing them, which usually are severity and likelihood register, risk register, and risks that sort of rise to the top of that risk register get resources and roles assigned to them. Are those ESG risks, EHS-related ESG risks, getting identified, getting assessed, and getting integrated into this process? And you will all probably conduct within your EHS department a type of risk assessment. Maybe it's related to your management system. It may or may not converge with the company-wide ERM process. But often I see a heavy emphasis placed on EHS compliance-related risks, and maybe not more of an expansive ESG-related set of risks, EHS-related ESG risks. So that broader view of what ESG is helpful as you are feeding information into your department's risk system or your company-wide risk process. So think about how you, as the EHS manager, integrate with these processes. If ESG risks that are EHS related are not getting into the management system, whose job is it to get them there? So that could be a gap, and that could be a gap that gets noticed by the investors and the customers. So it's an opportunity for you to leverage your expertise to identify those and get those in the system. Here's just a bullet point list of some examples of common ESG risks that relate to, and opportunities that relate to HSE. And I don't need to do this to you. I think we all probably live these day in, day out. I like this last one again. It's this opportunity to provide goods or services which meet customers' needs to reduce their own ESG risks. Those pinch points, those, they're publishing their risks. That's a real nice way to get some insight into how you can be a better partner and help them manage those or overcome those risks. But if you're not the person feeding those risks into that risk management system, who is, you're probably the best to do that. All right, I know all I've done so far is give you more work to do. So let's talk about how your expertise can be leveraged as a valuable resource to the ESG team. We really need your expertise during our ESG data assurance process. How many of you have been part of your company's the environmental data assurance process? A lot of it's around greenhouse gas emissions, right? We're seeing that. That's probably the one metric that we just see universally being assured, and that's generally by a third party. All right, so let's talk about third-party verification of ESG data. It's done really to add reliability and credibility to your reporting. It's that third-party verification of that vouch that you get. Financial statements have a formal audit or assurance process. Now we're seeing ESG data more and more getting assurance from a third party. Some of these platforms that give you rankings and ratings give you bonus points for having that data assured. Some of them, it's a requirement that you get on the A list. And you have a CDP this year required now that companies get at least one type of relevant scope 3 assured by a third party in order to achieve the A list. So that assurance is definitely coming on strong. See that in the SEC's proposal for the climate rule. There's going to be this expectation requirement that companies get their sort of 1 and 2 third-party assured, and then in some cases where it's material, except we're going scope 3. The CDP gives us this kind of criteria for third-party verification standards. Nice and concise, love it. So your company may hire that third party to audit the ESG data, like they hire an accounting firm to audit their financial data. They may even hire their existing financial accountant to do that. Here's these criteria for the third party verification standards. Pop quiz, who's still going after lunch? Who are the big four accounting firms? Kenyatta heard, yeah. Well, PwC, very good. Two more. Deloitte and KPMG, those are the four big accounting firms. They're in your boardrooms, they're talking to your board members, they're talking about financial assurance. They're now talking about ESG assurance, ESG data assurance. They are investing billions with a B, marketing their assurance services. Here's just some examples. Go to their websites and their press releases. All of those names and many, many more are really chasing work to assure your greenhouse gas emissions, your waste data, your water data. And they've got a competitive advantage because they're already in your boardroom. They're already a trusted partner in that annual report, that annual financial report. Did you see the problem with that? They're also providing advisory on ESG. Yeah. There's a massive conflict of interest there. So these accounting firms are providing lots of advice and lots of guidance on how to report, how to publish a sustainability report, how to improve sustainability performance in your annual report, your financial report. And you're also auditing data. So yeah, so it's definitely got the attention of the SEC and their international counterparts, and we've seen some fines lately on just issues with ethics and this conflict of interest. The UK version of the SEC is actually asking those companies to separate the company more officially from the advisory services and their auditing services. And of course, the companies who've been, getting the advisory services and who have been getting the audit services kind of caught in the optics of having an accounting firm that's not performing to the independence standard. So make your expertise available to the folks procuring assurance services and help them evaluate the competency and independence of possible vendors. You all know how difficult it is to do those greenhouse gas calculations. You all know the assumptions that are made to differentiate between different categories of scope 3. Imagine somebody CPA and actually signing off on that, or not, or giving you feedback that doesn't make a lot of sense. It could really call into question your processes. So be a part of the team that qualifies the vendors for third-party ESG data assurance. Your expertise is the expertise that's needed to do that. And then if they propose the use of an assurance standard that only those in the accounting profession can use, question that. There's adequate ESG data assurance standards for some particular greenhouse gases, which the accounting firms don't use. That's a blank statement. All right. And then my most favorite advice to you is to leverage your expertise to inform the board of directors. And we talked about this earlier. More and more boards of directors are being asked to demonstrate competency on ESG, and they are being held accountable by investors who now think of managing ESG risks as a part of the fiduciary responsibility of the board. Take a look at your board. Is there a person on that board that maybe has this experience? This is fairly new frontier, and chances are really good that they barely spell ESG. I mean, literally, it's not a skill that's, never they've been able to develop. So they're going to rely on you for some insights on what that really means. And again, your participation in risk assessment and business continuity might really help that. Yeah, so boards are being asked to demonstrate fluency in ESG matters. ESG issues really becoming part of the board's fiduciary responsibility. They are being held accountable for mismanagement or lack of oversight of material issues with respect to that material topics inventory. Investors are requiring companies to demonstrate robust management systems, oversight mechanisms, and measurable performance. So some internal controls around those material ESG topics. And then customers really see that board competency in ESG as a indicator of resilience management partners. So it could be some. So for you all, continue to contribute to risk assessment, business continuity processes, embrace that opportunity to have the board's audit committee review those ESG disclosures. Maybe if you're just in CP and it's just climate change, you probably ought to have the audit committee review that. Use that as an opportunity to have a really great discussion. There's some really great questions in the CP climate change disclosure that can really open up lines of communication and help the board better understand expectations and some of the science of what it is that are related to the impacts that they're tracking. Participate on an ESG specific committee that has board presidents. This is not the green team. This is likely a champion. If you do have a person on your board who's an ESG fluent, likely is that they convened a committee of folks to help keep an eye on ESG risks, participate in that fantastic forum video. Get to know the board's annual agenda cycle. That's important because these topics come up kind of on periodicity, and there may be certain board meetings where they're only talking about financial matters. You can figure out their board, their annual agenda cycle. That may help you prepare to surface issues and to ask for feedback. Engage on EHS matters beyond compliance, such as the data assurance. That's not necessarily a compliance matter. In some cases, it is. From the SEC said so. And then overall, I'd like to ask you to help your board articulate the business doing the right thing. So those are the 2 minutes and the 2 opportunities to leverage your expertise. Right, so then so the last couple slides here will be, have a plan. Add voluntary ESG reporting, company risk assessment, and data assurance timelines to your compliance calendar. So you can show up prepared, so you can anticipate this stuff. Inventory material topics from your own engagement efforts. You're having conversations with other employees, with customers probably, maybe just simply reading the news. Maybe you are actually reading the disclosures of your peers. Track that list of material topics. There are going to be some common ones come up. Ask yourself, are you moving those on to change the risk assessment process? Identify any EHS related risks or opportunities that correlate to material topics and consider incorporating these into your existing EHS management system. It's a great tool to kind of expand and adapt to this new idea of ESG risks and topics. The management system, it doesn't have to be asked for 2001 certified, it can be a management system that's not like that robust, great tool to use to help you manage this. Nobody needs a new system, right? You need an existing system to track your effort related to voluntary ESG reporting. And I would say go beyond that. Don't just track your efforts, kind of map out the people involved. Since it's a cross-functional team, folks from HR, from communications, from folks from investor relations, and figure out how they, their time and their resources are funded. Because you're going to want to tap into that. There's a lot of money in corporations right now to improve ESG, and you deserve the resources to help assist with that better effort. Engage young folks on your HSE team in ESG. They love this stuff. It's a great retention tool. You hear a lot of folks giving feedback that it's a very satisfying project. Not an easy one, but a satisfying one. And it will also free you up to focus your ESG efforts on supporting the board. And then don't forget to check, once you've submitted one of those disclosures and your company has received some feedback or a score, or rating, or ranking, or a medal, or badge, or there's all kinds of ways that you can measure your performance. How did your company perform? Were you involved? Make sure your effort is recognized. If you were not involved, advocate for the resources to get you involved. And then lastly, don't explore the investor relations of your page, of your company's page. Go read about the commitments they've made, and figure out the ways that you can support the company's ESG disclosures and commitments. You might be surprised what sort of commitments and information you might find on the investor relations website of the company. Seek out and share continuing educational opportunities focused on ESG for your board members to attend. There's some really classy continuing ed courses available remote. I can use my ideas on those if that's something I'm really excited about. They are meant for board members, so they are concise and to the point, and don't require a ton of hours. I think you'll find them very worthwhile. And if you personally don't want to participate, let your board members know that those courses are available. And then, of course, prepare for next year's reporting. Stuff is usually an annual cycle. So debrief with your team after your reporting, come up with an improvement plan, and start gathering documents that maybe you had to scramble for during the last reporting cycle. So there you are, ESG reporting and kind of your value to that process. Thank you. Any questions? Oh, yeah, sure.
Yeah, thank you for the presentation. Appreciate that. Helps my understanding. This seemed to come out of nowhere about a year or so ago. And now it seems to be ingrained in corporate culture. And I'm just wondering how that came about. Where did it originate? And when did someone decide that ESG is now the proxy for profitability?
It's partly because there's it's so difficult to the valuation on a company now based on hard assets. It's all of these intangibles. It's the strength of your own supply chain. It's your customer relationships. There are a lot of these intangibles, which has caused the analysts and the investors to need a new mousetrap. They need new sources of data that they can use to make investment decisions. Customers need new sorts of types of data to make procurement decisions. And ESG data, we've got a lot of it. It may be wildly, array of methodologies. I would say that there's a huge effort out there to harmonize reporting and methodologies. I don't know that we're going to see that anytime soon, but I think that's the crux of it. First slide I put up there that said the difference between 1975 and 1985, I don't remember what it was. It's really just how companies are valued. Yeah.
It's just stunning how everybody jumped on it all the time.
And we thought the pandemic got it better. Yeah. So I was out here, providing ESG services, thinking, okay, well, and it doubled down. It absolutely doubled down, and it's doubled down again. It's hot. It's hot. And the resources are literally coming from within the company's operations budget. I mean, they want to perform. They are seeing the value of it. And you all deserve to see that in your efforts, because you're a huge part of that effort and the reason that they're going to succeed and they're going to get good ratings. So I hate to say that it's numbers. It is. It is.
It's in our corporate goals, type of bonuses.
Yeah.
It's
Yeah.
I do.
Yeah. And you might be surprised that if you're not involved, you might be surprised who is. Yeah. So you probably need to get involved. Any other questions?
So I'd be interested in the continuing education that you spoke about, but also if you can recommend any certification programs for those that are doing the data collection, analysis, reporting, maybe even certifications for auditing that sort of data.
Yeah, I would say there's not a whole lot in the data side. That's been the Wild West for a while now. And there are, competing factions for defining methodology. Of course, the greenhouse gas protocol is like gold standard, but water is sort of out there, waste is way out there. There's not necessarily a great professional certification for that side of things. The continuing ed for more of the high level board, I'm thinking about ESG. The Berkeley School of Law has a great program on that. I can send you links to, this class is open and they get filled up and closed quickly. So I can put you on your list of 78 days. I got my community in August, but it got filled in 6 days.
No, I actually work for a smaller privately owned company, so you'll see this is very interesting. Some of the corporate world. How is this different than the ISO 14000:2015 standard, where you had to put in all of your risks and your accountability? How much
It's very
different?
compatible.
And
I'd
so
say it's very
we already did that for the 2015 standard. So,
Yeah.
but now basically you're just putting a financial role on top of this,
I
which
was,
could screw it all up to begin with.
well, I would say the process for determining significant aspects, the criteria that we use
Yeah.
in our management system may not have been as expansive as what you might use to consider ESG risks.
We use basically the PPM format where you give everything RPM rating, and I know our ISO auditors love it because that's a standard format that can be used and understood by a lot of folks. And
Here's a sort of the aha moment that I've seen companies go through. They will do the process that you just described, but they will have a customer who has set in their mind that this is the topic, that is the most important topic to them. And for their own reasons, but because it's important to them and you're their supplier, it better be important to you. Your system may not have captured that. So, that material, that list of material topics, try to develop that, bring in the stakeholder groups, bring in employees, bring in management, bring in customers, bring in investors, owners, and try to develop that list of material topics. Cross-reference that to the topics that you may have already in your risk register, but you might have a few gaps. And if you don't identify them, whose job is it to identify them? They may just go on the list until there's a problem.
well, we was kind of hoping the ISO auditor would notice that.
Yeah, I wouldn't bank on that. No disrespect.
I'm intrigued by the ISO 2015 standard of you putting it into RPMs. I would actually like to see that. We have an internal ISO auditing team. They're very well versed. They have created their own database. They think it's the cat's meow. They've never worked anywhere else. One of them's been there 32 years. And one's been there
Just give
27
me a call,
years.
I'll send you a copy. It's not a problem. Well, I mean, the RPM rating is what most of us have dealt with in our lifetime when it comes to PPs or other type of, quality documentation. So when you submit it, you're doing all your risk from the process, to the incoming chemistry, to the everything product, to everything that happens inside the facility. Yes, there were people throughout our facility, there were teams that put this together, of course, I can imagine. But the RPM rating is just so user friendly.
Yeah,
That,
we have a 1 through 10 rating.
Yeah,
And we want,
just give me a card, I'll send you a copy. It's no secret document.
So going back to your question, having done both, ESG is horrible, with the reporting side, with multiple platforms for different customers, no consensus. So with 14,001, your scope and boundaries are kind of like, okay, what can you control within your property boundaries? When you get to ESG, how far can your reach go? How can you impact them? And what are your plans? So it can roll in different elements of your ISO 14,000 system you have, but it also falls under like your 9,001, your customer specific requirements, because all these are coming from customers. Some of your risks are the same for, emissions, degradation, and natural resources. Some of that data you're gathering. But when I had to do the EcoVadis report, I spent an entire week on just the environmental because like, and you're only allowed 50 documents. Well, we've got stuff here, stuff here, stuff here. We have some stuff with corporate. But then what I've seen with dealing with that customer directly is there's disconnects like, oh, that's a different group. That's at the corporate level. We do sustainability different. What? Like, I thought the whole point of this was to tie these together, but no, they're like, oh, what are you doing on the local level? Like zero waste or this, and it's like, oh yeah, we don't look at the eco-beta scorecard. We don't get that. So we're seeing disconnect even higher as it's being pushed down even lower to where what you mentioned just recent in the last 2 months, 0 to I had 3 huge requests by 3 different platforms, all of which charge you to submit using their platform to customers.
It's definitely creating its own business.
Oh, absolutely.
And it would be a full-time deal to manage all of
I think just going back a few years, we kind of learned the hard way. We were invested as an IPO. So a lot of new people, we have receiving email requests and actually going. And then consumers have apps now where they can basically barcode anything and give you a ESG rating or score. And we had one of our executives come in and go, why is my score lower than my competitor? I don't even know where they're getting the data from. So we're out trying to find that just how to make public information with it, because that's consumer purchase power. So we had to fix that quick as a new company to compete with that. And that's learning the hard way. I mean, that's something I've said over the years. Imagine man, we were paying money like, but how many consultants, groups that request all that data? And we had to pick. We're gonna pick 3. We're not disclosing to anyone else. So what's the 3 more most powerful that leverage the government? That creates that business value.
Yeah. Well, it's like you mentioned before, the way these emails come across from these platforms, there's a lot of people trying to sneak stuff in to report all this data. So it's, you know, and they're coming from like key account managers, and they're like, so my first question is like, how much business do we do with them? You know, am I gonna spend 40 hours for less than 1% of our business, or like, you know, can I try to get out of this one? Like, this is, it depends on the complexity of it. Like, some of them is literally just a brief questionnaire. Hey, do you have intentions? The eco-betas that was way worse than any audit I've ever been through. Like,
And you may have put that much effort into it and not gotten a very good score.
6 to 8 weeks, we'll know.
Yeah.
No,
I think
just-
those data systems and creative assessments.
This one, I think,
Yeah,
is
right.
$1,900 up front.
And they're gonna come back next year and they're back.
Sure, one more comment, Kevin. Do you remember the same conversation about 25 years ago about ISO 9000?
Yes.
Yeah, the exact conversations that everybody's having and how, you know, 50 different directions. I mean, it was the same thing with the ISO program back when, you know, in the early 2000s and the late 90s or even mid 90s. So people say, this is bullshit. We're not doing it. It makes no sense. There's no value added or testing with it. We're all ISO 9000 now, or you know, 40,001 or 50,000 and on and on and on. So why would we hear this guy?
Do you think they'll standardize how we report information? ISO standardized?
I think companies are getting value out of different reporting frameworks because they speak to different stakeholder groups. And they give them a chance to tell a certain story, and they're getting value out of that. So I think there's still gonna be that group of kind of independent, one-off platforms that really work. And the companies that have been doing it for a few years are not really good at it, management's boring.
Yeah.
And they're gonna keep doing it. And then you're gonna have this super watered down, generic, materiality is such a nuanced concept. How are we gonna standardize that? It's gonna take all the value out of ESG.
In Europe, it's standardized, and then we do that financial reporting, so when it's oxygen, they have it for ESG. You have certain elements, report out, it's audited. That is the only way to standard. to do a lot of things because of all of the CDs, physios, all that. I think what you'll see is you'll see very similar to ISO from the standpoint of, I think they'll streamline the questioning. But just like ISO, you're gonna have all these registrars, right? That are actually implementing the program, and I think that's what we'll see. So we'll see a lot of the same standards, but you're gonna see a bunch of companies that are the registrars, and each company will have a group that they work specifically with, that only will work with. And the difference you see though, like if you refer to CDP, they ask you a very general question. Do you have X? If you answer yes, this is what we have. You think you answered it correctly in school. There's 5 elements that they do not tell you that you have to hit. They want you to answer these 5 things to get full credit. You would have no idea unless you pay them for their consulting fees to get that. So if you want to score well, you pay their fees. So that's the hidden business behind the office that you get into, and that was, we couldn't figure out for the first couple of years about the sport, so. And then I.
That's
the infrastructure that's built behind it.
One thing I mentioned earlier that might be important to you to hear, a lot like the S&Ps, CSA, they have a process where they actually go and check kind of your reputation on various topics to make sure that the things that you say, you have a policy about and you're doing, you're actually doing. To make sure that the trade associations that you have are actually lobbying against the things that you're for. So they're doing the red risk assessment too, to get the highest scores on S&P and to get the highest, to get the A-list. You have to pass that reputation risk piece too. So they're going to look at your the echo database. They're going to look to see how your compliance record is. So if you've got mistakes on that, you know, that could be impacting your score too. That could be keeping you in your list. If you say that your, you know, compliance with your echo database is confusing or not right. Yeah. Thank you.
Oh.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
It makes me think about what we have done.
We'll have mine too.
We're gonna ready to
You guys would like to that it's in terms of that everybody, you know, at least most of you have some conceptual understanding of the ESP. I was grateful for that for show because I'm desperately trying to learn. It just seems so boring. So trying to put all the puzzle pieces together to make it work. She really helped today, and your comments today helped me as well. So it all sounds like data mining. I don't know if that's right or wrong, but anyway, hope it all works well for everybody. We are now going to begin our ESP members roundtable. This is where everybody has a chance to express themselves, tell us what they've been doing over the last year, their successes, their challenges, their questions, their things that they would like to learn about from the other members. et cetera. I mentioned that we're gonna focus today on the greenhouse gases, emissions reductions, successes and challenges that you guys have under a variety of categories. But certainly don't feel obligated to have to talk on just that if there are other topics that are of interest to you. Like I said, if you want to talk about ESG, we can do that too. Again, just a couple slides that I had to roll over pretty quickly on my ESP updates. I drew from the EPA website a pie chart called the total U.S. greenhouse gas emissions by economic sector, and this is from 2020. And as you'll see, transportation has the highest percentage piece of the pie. Those greenhouse gas emissions come from burning fossil fuels, mainly in our cars, trucks, ships, trains, planes, and all the other things that use fossil fuels. Electricity production generates the second largest share of greenhouse gas emissions, but you may recall just recently, the Supreme Court has announced that EPA does not have regulatory authority over planned greenhouse gas emission or reductions. So we may be looking at ourselves to find other ways in which to reduce our electricity consumption, which hopefully then may trickle up to electricity production decreases from the power plants. Okay, so the third highest piece of the pie is you guys, industry. And industry's greenhouse gas emissions primarily come from burning fossil fuels for energy, and then also from certain chemical reactions necessary to produce goods from raw materials. I just wanted to make a little note about the agriculture piece of the pie. It may include farming practices and all those things agriculture related, but it also includes areas that accommodate land conservation, as well as habitat restoration, reforestation, all those areas, your green spaces that can be changed. You don't have to mow anymore because it's all covered in native pollinator plants, or you put native trees and some of the green spaces on the campus, those kinds of things. So just as an idea, land areas do act as a sink, and they absorb carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. So that's another sort of direct way that we can reduce our greenhouse gases, carbon dioxide in the atmosphere, by adding more green, real green to our properties that we no longer need to mow or herbicide, fertilizer, insecticide, and all that sort of stuff. It just helps the environment. And then I wanted to bring up again, this is the overview of the scopes and emissions through the value chain. Scope 1 is direct emissions from fuel combustion and company-owned vehicles. So this is you guys. Scope 2 are indirect sources of purchased electricity. So that's where I'm saying that the electric plants are reducing, but you guys are actually purchasing, well, we all are purchasing electricity. So ways to decrease greenhouse gases indirectly would be to decrease the amount of electricity that you use. And then scope 3 are also indirect methods through the production of purchased materials, product use, outsourced activities, contractor-owned vehicles, waste disposal, and employee business travel. So out of the EPA website, there were 4 categories for which they suggested we could reduce our greenhouse gases. And those 4 categories summarize to alternative energy fuel versus energy efficiency, recycling / zero waste, training and outreach, and it's like training of our staff. For recycling on site, outreach to our community, like some of the panel was saying, maybe isn't ESG good, but to me it is. Our Earth Day events, our tree giveaways, our green teams, events and stuff from, our facilities, it's all that type of thing. And then I added the fifth, the land conservation component, because we want to talk about the land sinks and the absorption of carbon dioxide and the change of use of some of the green spaces on campuses and stuff. So these are the areas where I thought maybe we could focus on today. I mean, there are a lot of different ways in which we can work those and projects that we can get done or have been done in those areas. And so for now, I want to go ahead and go around the room pretty quickly, introduce yourself with your company name, and then real quickly talk about a success, a challenge, or even if you don't have anything at this point, if you have a question, or if you have some idea, that you want to put out to the rest of the group to discuss. Yeah.
Let me start. Well, we're recording, so you're also being videoed.
Okay. So Chad Burnett, I work with AstraZeneca Pharmaceuticals, previously Bristol Myers, we're down in Mount Vernon, Indiana. I guess from a success story, I won't talk about us. I think you guys have worked with Kevin quite a bit, and we know his passion for environmental, probably more from a corporate perspective. So our company has listed they want to be carbon neutral by 2025. We're a manufacturing company that makes such a claim. Zero manufacturing. What's challenging about that, there's not the infrastructure in place to even achieve that. So we're investing quite a bit in rent gas. You cannot go out and buy gas on the market, nor can you solicit someone that will start that business. And we're trying all these things behind the scenes. It is incredible. I think from a goal, it's a $650 million annual increase in operating costs to achieve that. But the infrastructure still isn't in there. So that obviously is a huge challenge for us. We're looking at stuff from green gas sources in Indiana, as well as opportunities for carbon sequestration. So that's huge for us. So we're out there really trying to look at new science and so forth. Obviously, is the best. I'm in the back and stuff.
I'm Kevin Conrad. I'm also with AstraZeneca. That's probably not right. So to speak for AstraZeneca Mount Vernon, we have, as maybe you know from listening before, we're at 63% cut in CO2 emissions as of last year. We're right now at 65%, so we've gained a few percentage. But the great thing is we did put in about 2.5 megawatt field last year, solar field. We're seeing that this year. It's actually paying off. We're right at that, right where we're supposed to be, about 10.5, 11%. So that's helping us as well. But to Chad's point, the other issue is again, it's how do you take care of that last percentage, which for us is from the standpoint of burning natural gas for boiler systems. And it's not like we can shut that boiler down and say we don't need it anymore, because it is the fuel that fuels our facility. So we have to have that steam coming off that system in order to make our product, which is valuable for millions of people around the world. So we're looking at from that perspective, how do we do it in a sustainable way, but also how do we try to achieve by the year 2025 carbon zero. So that's it.
We are much smaller. I'd like to get a massive footprint. So they're doing some crazy stuff. One thing that I've been working on, I actually before working at Massive Pinnacle, graduated from IU with a master's in environmental sustainability. So I took a class there on greenhouse gas protocol, so I've been trying to implement that. More so side project fun for myself than just figuring this all out. But one of our biggest challenges there is that nobody's been keeping track of mileage on cars or anything like that, you know, the general county. So trying to track down all that data, just from the standpoint of, hey, I want to, I'm curious, not necessarily reporting on any sort of platform. But that's one of the fun things that we're doing. That's about it.
My name is Tom Hobson. I'm with Marathon Pipeline Company. I work for an area that spans Illinois, Northwest Indiana, and the part of Michigan. We just became an ESP member last fall. And glad to be here. Some of the things that we're working on, we've got some of the simple stuff like LED lighting to reduce our power demand. We now have LED lighting throughout all of our stations throughout the entire area that I manage. Also, we began using a chemical called drag reducing agent, or DRA, in one of our pump stations last year. And what that does is we have a very large pump at this station. It pumps about 2 million gallons of gasoline a day. And that is about a 150-mile pipeline. And so consequently, there's a lot of drag on it. So with this drag reducing agent, you can inject this in very small quantities. And it causes the flow pattern of the product running through that pipeline to not slow so much. Causes it to flow in a laminar fashion. So a lot less drag. You only have to inject about 4 gallons of this per day in the 2 million gallons that you're pumping through that pump. And it increases the flow rate about 20%. And also, you're getting that increased flow rate and less power consumption. So that is a very good solution. It's something that's been used throughout the industry for many years, but we just started doing that at this particular pump station. And then finally, another company-wide initiative that we're undertaking is our pipeline rights of way. There's a lot of areas that go through woodlands and things like that that we have to maintain on a 3 to 5 year basis. We have to go in and mow it, or we have to go in and hire contractors to saw down trees, which takes a lot of, costs a lot. Takes a lot of energy to do that. So we are getting serious about putting certain plants in that right of way that enable us not to have to maintain it so hard. So we're looking forward to that in the next few years.
I am John Petronis at Alinco Labs, reporting the most North Terre Haute. And we've done a couple of these. I know Gene's already seen our land conservation. So out front of our site, basically between the state highway and our parking lot, we've got about 3 acres, 3.5 acres. And we basically have stopped mowing, hired a company out of Indianapolis to come in that specializes in doing these kind of projects. And they seeded it with native wildflowers and things. Also, there's a bunch of trees that are in there too. They haven't grown up to where you can see them very well, but there are trees in there also that will help kind of be a break between us and the highway. But there's been a huge, water savings. We don't have to water that. We used to sprinkle grass, mow grass, about herbicides, fertilizer, everything else. And there's probably opportunities for doing that in other areas of our site. And then on the recycling end of things, so internally we had a dedicated roll-off pan to waste management that basically we use for recycling materials in our break rooms, but we also have one out parking lot that the public has access to. Moline County, that part of Moline County is not very well served. So as far as from a recycling standpoint, so basically anybody can come off the public basically go to the parking lot and it's a mixed waste type. So it's pretty easy to use, really, to separate things. It's been pretty successful.
Justin Kaler, work for Caterpillar in Lafayette. We're a large engine plant, so I make engines that would go in cruise ships and submarines and large earth moving equipment of that nature. And so, you know, one of the aspects of our business is testing our engines, which requires burning fuel, right? So there's an inherent difficulty in production sometimes. But what we're doing as an enterprise is starting to look at alternative fuels. Obviously, a huge calling for that in the world. And so we're looking at you know, things like hydrogen and methanol. So that's kind of been a big deal the last year, the planning of testing engines with hydrogen. So on another platform, I guess, we have a painting process where we're using solvent to clean out paint guns, and we accumulate quite a bit of that. We bought our own solvent still about a year ago. We actually reduced 76% of our total hazardous waste as a result of using this still. So that was a huge win for us over the last year. The last thing, 2 years ago, we have a lot of wood waste packaging coming from different countries and things like that. So we go through a lot of wood waste, which is historically hard to, you know, find places to put that. But we were sending out 4 roll-offs, 4 40-yard roll-offs a day, 5 days a week to get rid of our wood waste, right? And yeah, so we bought this wood auger 2 years ago. And now we're taking out 2 loads a week, you know, 2 roll-offs, and instead of 20, just from 1 auger, you know. So taking trucks off the road, you know, I think that's the big message there. So I think you can use that for cardboard and quite a few other things too, same type of auger.
Have a neat activity.
Yeah, we do. So we have, speaking of newspapers, we got written up in the local newspaper, you know, like last year, I think it was. So we have a program where employees can come take wood. I mean, they bring in their trailers. We have these huge crates that bring in these gigantic crane shafts. They're about 14-foot long crates, and they're tongue and groove pine boxes. I mean, you can make barns out of them. I've got pictures of employees taking these crates, and you can cut them a certain way, and you can build structures out of them. It's amazing the people in Lafayette do with the wood that. But I get, I think, what is it? I think I give away about 10 tons of wood a week just from people coming, and it's Lafayette, right? So it's kind of rural. You know, people utilize that stuff for their own projects and things like that. 4x4s, you know, I mean, fences, I give to stables to help rebuild stalls and things like that. I mean, it's great beneficial reuse. Good project.
Mark Llewellyn, work for 80 Foundry, Newcastle. We do a lot of, obviously, melting fire. What we found, we've been running an experiment for the last couple of months. Basically, what you do when you melt the iron is then what we call tap, but basically empty the furnace. We found that if we empty the furnace about a third less than all the way empty, we can get power. We use power more efficiently because we've still got something at the bottom, and we don't let the outside of the shell cool off as much. So that helps us use the power more efficiently to melt the next batch. And we get about 20% involved just by doing that. That's a main furnace. Beautiful plant. It's a pretty sizable plant. My name is Paul Delore. I'm an environmental engineer at Toyota, Indiana. So obviously greenhouse gas is important as a mobility and automotive company. So some big changes coming for us. The new 2020 Sienna is hybrid option only. hybrid. We have 2 new vehicles, new to the Toyota lineup for next year. Hopefully they'll be part of the electrified portfolio. One of them being a Lexus produced in Southern Indiana. So that'll be 4 options that are built here in Indiana that are available to all users. With their impact on the mobility standpoint. Outside from a customer base standpoint, we do a lot of work inside the plant. We do a long way, and in most of these things, we have a lot of different goals. Carbon neutrality is a big one on 3 standpoints from us, from both the vehicle consumer use, life cycle approach, and then from the production of. And we have a 2050 target of net zero with milestones along the way. We just cleared our first one, that was in 2020, and we bumped up for a 2035 target standpoint, so we'll continue to move forward with that. Recycling continues to be a big one, including our external total recycling activities. We hold a household hazardous waste day and recycling days for our community twice a year. Very well impressed with. And conservation, let come see some trees. I got 225 acres planted. Got a few of them. I don't have any more room to plant trees. I don't have any more. I got people dirt. But yeah, there's a huge reduction. Our mowers were concerned about how much less grass they have to cut. I told them over here they become great leaves. So get a lot of gear. You don't get anything to help with gear. You know. Thank you guys very much.
My name is Matt Naderman. I'm with Indian High Shaft, Indiana, Catherine and I. My background is more in safety, bilingual safety training, and so I'm here just to pick up what I can and learn. I've met Jean. She's come out and helped us out a few times. So I'm here just to kind of to learn more than anything. Catherine can comment way more than I can. I know we have a lot of these. They seem to approve of what we're doing, so.
We have the car more to get the wood auger.
Yeah, so.
We love it. It was broken last week. We were sad.
All right, so thank you guys. Of course, I don't have a lot to comment on. I'm just trying to pick up these points.
I'm Catherine Walker from 18 Drive Chapter Columbus. I've been there 7 years. I graduated from IU about 100 years ago with degrees in biology. I'm sorry. I graduated from IU a very long time ago with a C degree, biology, political science, focusing on environmental law. All I've ever done is environmental management. I'm not an engineer. I speak language really, really well. I learned a little bit about a lot of things today that I'm pretty excited about because I have a lot of problems. The biggest problem that I have at ATN is that we're a Japanese-owned company and they have neither item EPA or OSHA, and they have a whole different set of rule books. And after 7 years, I almost know some of what they're. We used to be a large quantity hazardous waste generator. For about the last 12 years, we've been a very small quantity generator. And we really have reduced our electrical consumption. We've gotten rid of spray paint booths. We've gotten rid of boilers because of that as well. And now really I need to upgrade wastewater treatment to have a more environmental. I don't think it's any more of anybody else's time.
Derek Strum with Unisil, been with the company, coming up on almost 9 years over EHS. Some of the big things we have going currently is we're part of the Department of Energy's ISO 50001 ready program. So we're working towards it at one of our facilities. We're kind of developing it in a vacuum over processes we can control. Because in automotive, you have to have customer approval before you make anything related to processes. So we're starting small. We'll take to the other facility, and then also it's low hanging fruit, but it's kind of big for us as long as I've been pushing is the conversion to LED at one of our facilities in the office side of it. So, you know, such a big capital investment, you know, with the way the economy's been in the past couple of years, it you know, pushing. Well, now we've just kind of, instead of replacing the whole fixture, we'll just bypass the ballast and go to bulb. So that's kind of how we're going about that. We're doing like for a month. And then we'll be through that without having to do the capital expenditures. Some of the challenges we're facing, like them, we are foreign owned. We were acquired by LG Chem out of Korea in 2018. So we're incorporating some of their policies, procedures. They have different regulations, rules. So we do a lot of tracking of stuff that may not be necessary over here, or I understand we're reporting over there. But what we're finding now is kind of on this ESG journey, or emissions tracking, that sort of thing. We're kind of barely doing the game, finding where we fit into the corporate hierarchy, because we're kind of reporting to them. Well, now it's coming to the local level, so we've got corporate goals, but now what's your local goals? So we're trying to, still see what truly is our baseline on a real production year. Now that we're back up and running, and then, okay, what makes real sense for us moving forward to make something realistic with, some of the projects we have planned, with the efficiency side of things, and seeing what we're doing there.
My name is Tony Conkler with the Legion Schlaglock in Memphis, Indiana. Totally off topic. Is anybody else here like to comment? The Bosch and Amazon? You do, so you understand the owl. It's a little freaky.
I was this way.
Anyway.
Sorry.
I'm sorry. Anyway, sorry. Icebreaker to help me with my nerves. Anyway, it's a really great series on Amazon. Really great miniseries. Anyway, watch the first season. I think you'll understand about the owl. Anyway, moving on. We're kind of early, I would say, in the ESP journey at our facility, maybe not necessarily as a corporation. Some of the things that we've been trying to implement at our site in terms of energy efficiency, some low-hanging fruit. We put variable speed drives on our dust collectors that we have. I didn't say what we did. We produced emergency exit devices at our facility. And tried to improve the efficiency from by direct run motors instead of filters. Done some other things, turning off air compressors on off hours and weekends, which seems kind of like a no-brainer thing, but we were having some issues with small areas of the plant or pieces of equipment that needed to have that air on, or there were concerns that there may be safety issues if the air was shut off for a period of time. So working through those things to get to the point where we could shut them off. So we've very slowly been replacing the fluorescent lights with LEDs across the facility. I'm sure that journey will never end, but we're getting close to the end of that. The biggest challenge lately has been with regards to waste to landfill. And the years started to run together in the COVID time, but in 2020, we put in a new aluminum anodizing line in our facility. And in the first year of operation, we did not have on-site wastewater treatment. We were generating a lot of hazardous waste, basically extreme wastewater. Now we have on-site wastewater treatment. So good news is we're reducing our hazardous waste generation by hundreds of %. But now we're generating a non-hazardous filter tape from wastewater treatment of anodizing wastewater. Searching for alternative uses, recycling opportunities, looking upstream into the process to try to determine how we reduce the quantity of that. Possibly the cart before the horse, but now we're looking upstream to try to deal with that issue. So, Tanya, who works for Legion as well, she will fill in whatever gaps out with that.
Thanks, Tony. I've been with the Legion for about a year and a half, but kicking around industry for about 30, 35 years now.
Some of the things that we are also doing, around land conservation, we put in a pollinator garden. We're working towards wildlife habitat certification for that. John, I want to talk to you about natural prairies, because I want to do that in the back half of the plan. And wanted to see if anybody's got any experience with, solar installation and how that went. That's just.
Yeah.
I missed that. I had to step out for a call, but let's talk.
Mike Chappell with Toyota Boshuku, Indiana. I've been in this position for about 2 months. I've been certified in environmental since March. I've been a safety guy and law enforcement pretty much my entire life. So this is a new adventure for me. Some of the things that we have been doing, I don't have any experience with solar yet, but I will. TDIL, our Illinois plant, is going to get solar first. And then we are going to be getting solar, and it should be a large enough array that we will pretty much be off the grid. So I'm very hopeful for that. Some of the other things we've done since I've taken back over is just our basic recycling in our cafes. And in the office, all the paper was all going to the compactor because somebody had thrown a bunch of trash in the recycling dumpster. It was as simple as getting that fixed. Now we're back to recycling again. We shut all the power off. They put the fans on. They've installed a bunch of new fans on our lines to where the switches are more accessible for the employees. So whenever they're not using them or they're going on break, leaving for the day, they put the fans off. Just little things we're doing right now. It's actually helped. I've looked at our 5-year trend. We've been down on energy every year, and we actually produced more last year than we did 2020. Our energy was still down. So we're making the right strides. We just got to get there. And I won't still with the company, but by 2050, they're supposed to be carbon zero. So we've got some ways to go on that, but we're getting there.
Kim Brown, DePuy Orthopedics. DePuy is a J&J family of companies. So I think it was last year in Energy Week, Johnson & Johnson announced more aggressive public-facing energy goals. So they have announced carbon neutrality by 2030. You got to see. And then net zero emissions by 2045 across the entire supply chain. The big scopes 1, 2, and 3. So we're utilizing all 5 of these categories up on the screen there in a variety of different methods. Purchasing wind power through agreements. We've done an energy audit and implemented those recommendations. Probably due for another, so I jotted down the service we spoke about earlier this morning. Continuing to make strides in our waste diversion program. We're at 68% waste diversion. And so we have all that low-hanging fruit picked off and really struggling with some of our last materials and waste streams, one of which being an ultra high molecular weight poly, which is a really high quality poly, but very difficult to process or reprocess and recycle. So we have a committee across DHS, across different companies within the J&J families, kind of working towards that goal, partnering with recycling companies. So anyone in the plastic recycling business in Indiana has probably been contacted by one of them, helping us to find solutions. And then we're also venturing towards the Wildlife Habitat Council certification, which we found to be really invigorating for our employees. We have a lot of engagement with it, and it's just a really nice change of pace after COVID, coming out of COVID, and all of that, getting outside, the ground, and the outside of nature. I just have a lot of engagement from that. And then lastly, kind of unrelated to specifically the greenhouse gas, we just had a major success story with a carbon absorption unit system installed on our spray booths that is effectively removing 95% of our VOCs into the atmosphere. So in the past, we've had about 6 to 8 tons per year emitted straight to atmosphere. And so now for 2022, we're expecting that to be reduced to 3 tons, and next year less than 1 ton. So that's been a really exciting, challenging project, but it is now
at night, with our Environmental Health and Safety for Life Respect and Price Fund. I've got to say, I'm the executive director for the Partner for Pollution Prevention, so if you're not a member, just see Gene or somebody before you leave. We're doing most of everything, or have done most of everything that's on this list. The energy efficiency right now, actually, our second go around with IUPUI was the energy study. We're a precious metal plating company. We have facilities in Rockland and Lexington, South Carolina, and the only thing we actually sold our China plant. So that makes me very, very happy. But we're doing our second round with IUPUI. Plating company, and you're talking about not being able to shut a compressor off, and we completely understand it. Most of our equipment is from Europe. So solenoid valves work backwards. So you have to have the air on to keep the valve shut. So if you shut the air off, it opens every valve in your facility. So that would not be a good thing. So for us to just convert over to not having air on was very difficult to go through IUPUI. So now we're actually going through the study through all the HVAC and all of our research air systems. We've been preaching that we need the VSDs on those for years, like we do with several other pieces of equipment, and hopefully through their study, we'll see the same things and we can get it pushed through. We've been zero for recycling. We've been zero waste. We've been recycling now for the last 10+ years. We don't send anything to landfill. It's either reclaimed or it gets incinerated. For training or outreach, we actually help a lot of companies in Johnson County and Indianapolis, and the city of Indianapolis, trying to reach some of these goals, through the partners or just if they don't want to become a partner, through environmental health and safety. And we got 12 acres and 4 of the 12 is actually 40 plant trees. We're kind of at the point too where we're running out of ground, just to plant trees. It doesn't keep the geese away for the guys from the rainbow sunny. We've already tried that.
We make that native wildflowers.
Yeah, just do they have one to keep geese away, we'll place the rest of 12 acres. And here you go. Yeah.
Teresa Wilson on the Powers and Transmission. So our headquarters is in Indianapolis. We have plants elsewhere and around the globe. The Indianapolis, the headquarters, we make off-highway transmissions. So the big mining trucks, buses, Indigo, dump trucks, etc. So if you see one, they have an Allison transmission in it. The company, the building we're in is that we're 100 years old in 2015, so we're 107 years old now. A lot of our pollution prevention items and activities for a number of years were on infrastructure, including a number of things. So those were better, new HVAC, LED. One of our recent 5-year programs was, if you can imagine, one of my favorite rooms was the old boiler house. And so, it was dungeonish, right? It was really interesting, especially for inspections. But have built a new building with new boilers, all energy efficient, that sort of thing. The company for a number of years was about fuels for gas and diesel. Recent years, alternative fuels, and then you talked about that. It really branched out to electrification as well the last few years. So there's a lot of opportunities and lessons to learn for there. Some of the other items for here, the zero waste, we are zero waste to landfill for production waste. We're evaluating a number of things. But one of our newest projects is related to waste. One of our biggest waste streams is scrap metals. So we have a lot of aluminum fines that we dump with coolant in, drain it, goes down the street, we turn it into material and sell it for others. We purchased a company in Lewisburg that buys those things. So we're buying, we've installed some pucking machines. I'm happy that I get to say that 4 times a day at work. It takes it in, it's void of all fluids, air. It's a product that's sold. So we have quite a bit of reduction of transportation transportation, less waste, everything is then an actual product to go. Less of a waste stream, even though we were recycling, but then the other part of Allison is also wanting to reduce trade. So wanted to share, I was excited about it.
Did we miss anybody?
I was gonna ask if any of you all, and I know, I think I've read some of your reports. With, installed their frequency drives or some of your, sorry about that. This is general comment, you know, to the members on things that I have no, some maybe I have to. That is the installation of their frequency drives, especially on, you know, high amperage equipment, compression, air compression systems that got connected. Some report from Commons where they went through and rehabbed their plant compressed air system. Get kind of more enhanced leak detection. And then on, you know, some of the other larger industries who have wastewater operations or anaerobic processes, you know, past, you know, and still a lot of people are essentially installing scrubbers and then taking that gas, harvesting the gas and supplementing with the basically, you know, so those are kind of been probably some of the big ones I don't know, but I'm sure probably have. And then the other one, kind of the lower hanging fruit is on, you know, the digesters at wastewater plants swimming past, you know. You just have a waste gas burner that essentially just burns that dirty gas related to the environment. And, you know, there's other industries on the heat exchangers on their waste gas burners, and then basically they're using that to supplement hot water supply and space thermal energy to operations. So that's I just wanted to mention. So, I know a lot of you all have.
I know. I keep hearing about all these digesters. I'm like, can you type all that to us? We'd love to hear.
That's right.
Your own dairy farm, make your own.
Well, that's actually what we're working on right now.
Yeah, I've got something too.
Okay, so I'm not often involved in projects, but I have a vantage point where I can kind of see how some of this is translated into ESG. And hot topics are understanding your scope 3 by category. The folks at CDP published a terrific technical guide in April that takes sectors and then it breaks down how your greenhouse gas or your scope 3 greenhouse gases are allocated across the 15 different subcategories. Really, really helpful because if you're spending money and time trying to track down employee commuting or business travel, and you know 2 or 3 categories of your scope 3 are orders of magnitude larger than that category, you're wasting your time and money. So you know, get to know your scope 3, get to know the guidance behind that, so that you are focused on what counts. The 2 categories of scope 3 that seem to be really hitting a lot of buttons. It's category 1 and category 11, so that's products and services, and it's product use. Again, orders of magnitude larger than other categories of your scope 1. So we're seeing a lot of ESG surveys ask about product stewardship, cycle assessment. So take that money that you were spending to track down employee commuting, scope 3, and put it into life cycle assessment, because that's where you're going to find opportunity. We're looking for opportunity there. If you are thinking about setting a science-based target and your scope 3 is 40% or more of your total inventory, they're going to let you include scope 3 in your science-based target. So be prepared. Understand your scope 3. I can say that with more emphasis. And then on the flip side, I've heard a lot of incredible projects about trees and pollinators and what have you.
the ESG assessments are looking for public policies on biodiversity and deforestation. So start thinking about how to leverage the popularity and the kind of the reputation or the feel good aspect into policy that you can actually leverage for ESG scores. You have a biodiversity policy that you can make public, deforestation into your supply chain, refuse to purchase from companies that participate in deforestation. And then the pollinator piece. Great customer case for that. Walmart issued regional guidelines for all of their suppliers. Yeah, that's what you're, yeah.
Well, not for Walmart.
Walmart's pushing really hard because they've got the scale. They can get their entire supply chain to start pollinator plantings. That's going to be a real impact. So that's it for me.
If I have a moment. So in 2023, in the start of the year, we intend to launch the new Clean Communities program. And as I mentioned earlier with the voluntary program rule changes, we've moved into a time where it's going to be a project-based program for the communities that get involved. So I think that there is a huge opportunity for you as ESP members to collaborate with your communities that you reside in, to get involved in this program. We will have a lot more information at the start of the year or by the end of the year about it. But think about ways that you might be able to meet some of your goals with sustainability and also with your community involvement piece related to your ISO standards and so forth, in possibly promoting the Clean Community program in your area. So, and I know Jean and I have talked about putting that on as one of the initiatives that you could potentially do for ESP in your partnership with us. So please do think about that, and we'll get the information out to you all about how the communities can join our Clean Community program, and also the sorry, that's my train of thought. Special. Yeah, the initiative. Sorry. Lo siento. More later. Anyway, so if you can promote that and help us to get communities started. We do have 6 pilot communities right now working with us, and we're kind of testing out the materials and how the levels work within that program. So we'll have results from that, and then we're going to launch the new program. So if you can help us out, we greatly appreciate it. Any other comments?
Anything else that they'd like to say, or any responses that they may have from somebody else's questions? Or
Gene, you did a really good job of setting up this. This is a wonderful meeting. So Gene didn't really start setting this up. I remember you said that, so.
She already had her.
Oh, okay, well, no, this is great. You did a wonderful job.
thank you so much. I mean, I couldn't have done it with their help, without the help of a heck of a lot of other people as well. But it does, in a sense, take a community, it does, an event, organized, and it's never a success until we actually have people here today. So really, it's all because of you. That this is a bit of success. Shane, all of you, I'm so glad that we had the opportunity to see everybody, each other in person this time in 2 years of virtual meetings. It's wonderful to be able to be here with you. Again, is there anybody else would like to talk about any questions that we might have, projects you have struggles with, that you would start to throw out there?
waste. I have a waste stream that was go out as waste and we liquefy it and the landfill takes it as they do daily cover. And they take it on as daily cover. And I heard that there are new definitions of waste. And I know like waste to energy was always very controversial. Anybody got an answer to that question or send me an email? That kind of-
Depends on what the perspective.
So I had the great pleasure of spending years talking with other states and how they run their programs. And there are states where alternative, we in Indiana, we call it alternative daily cover at a municipal landfill, where they have categorized that as beneficial use. And with that, there were usually other perks that went with it. They might have recognition, or, you know, it wasn't in void. Here in Indiana, though, if you want to do something, it's like that's great, but there's no extra perk or regulatory status. So alternative daily cover here in the state of Indiana is actually a piece of the landfill operation. So it's not really considered legitimate use or beneficial use. Not that it's a bad thing, it's a great thing because we reduce the amount of soil that we're using to perform that function that the cover does. But yeah, there's no bonus points for it. I don't think that's kind of what we. Well, it's not, I mean, it's obviously not happening because it's on the landfill. It's much more cost effective. So we're very happy with it, but we're a Japanese company and there's either landfill and then it's going to landfill and. Well, if in their category of things that qualifies as zero landfill, I would argue. Well, I know they are on, they don't feel that way. But
I think they hear the word landfill, right? And they assume it's landfill waste, or no, instead of there being a beneficial use to it, going to the landfill. Yeah.
And it reduces greenhouse gases because we're shipping it an eighth of the distance and we're not burning it up.
Okay.
Thank you all.
We're actually still.
Remember your evaluation, so, if you can.
Before you leave.
Yeah, give us your thoughts and feedback.
100%.
100%.
Yeah, my performance depends on it.
Yes. Safe travel.
Thank you, everybody. Thank you so much. Safe travels back. Oh, yeah, right outside, the door on the registration table, turn in your name badges. Okay, and that's, I'll do green